Hello everybody, welcome to this instruction video. In this video I'd like to show you part 2 of the Scheepjes Color Lab cowl. In part 2 of this cowl, designed by Rochelle from Cypress Textiles, we're going to be making, in essence, this triangle here. And also a half triangle, so this is a full one, and you're also going to be making this one here. So it's just missing one edge, and you'll be doing the same on the other side here, so it's just missing that one edge. So in essence you'll be making this triangle, and we're going to be joining them to each other and to the work from part 1. So you can see there's part 1 there. So that's what we're doing in part 2. There's a lot of rounds in this part, and I want to encourage you to use the timestamps that are in the video description to jump to specific rounds that you need, because there are just so many rounds and so many little parts that make up part 2. So it's a long video, but please do use the timestamps to jump to where you need to go. For the rest, I'll take you step by step through everything that makes up part 2. Let's get started. The base triangle of section 1. I have one of the mini yarn balls on my hook, and we're going to start with a chain 3. So that's 1, 2, 3 chain, then come back to the first chain and close with a slip stitch. There we go. Now in the little teeny tiny hole, and you're going to have to just open that up. Going to work 5 double crochets in there. So in the hole, and that's, I just punched through my yarn with just one little thread. There we go, that's better. Like I said, that first stitch is just a little tricky. There, that's the hole, and this is the first double crochet, so that's 1. I'm going to make 5. And 2, 3, 4, and the last one 5. So 5 double crochets, all teeny tiny, and this was the wrong side, but we're going to flip it the other way for round 2. Row 2, going to turn your work, so you're going to have the other side facing. This is now the right side that we're working on, by the way. We're going to start with a beginning popcorn. Now what that means is here in the first stitch, if you open it up, here's the first stitch there, insert your hook, work a double crochet and a chain 1. This counts as your first treble, and now we work 3 more trebles in that same stitch. So this is 1, 2, and 3. So now you have 4 trebles in total. Open up the loop. I like to just pop it on my finger because then nothing happens to it. And now come back to the first of these stitches work. Now this is the beginning treble here. I'm just going to insert my hook into that first stitch, and that's the chain. We actually need the chain here, and I want to grab 2 of those loops. There we go. So this is the first stitch. Then pop the yarn back on your hook and pull your working loop through this first stitch. So this is kind of like making a slip stitch. Just pull that through. And that's it. That was the beginning popcorn. We're now going to work a small repeat twice. Chain 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 chain stitches. In the next stitch, now if you just open up your work, you'll see there, that's the next stitch, a double crochet in there. Almost did a treble. So a double crochet, so that means you're coming down with that chain space. Again, chain 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So now you're coming back up again, and in the next stitch, if I open it up as that stitch there, goes a popcorn. Now that means 4 trebles, 1, 2, 3, 4 trebles, just need a bit more yarn. And now again, open up this loop, come to the first stitch, that's the first of these 4, pick up your loop again and pull through like a slip stitch. This was one little repeat. Going to do this again, so the chain 5 double crochet, chain 5 popcorn. So I will show you the repeat again. Chain 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Come to your next stitch, this one here, gets a double crochet. There you go. Chain 5 again, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And now on the last stitch, and that's there, that's the last stitch. It's a bit of a messy stitch for me. There, that's the last stitch. Gets a popcorn, so again 4 trebles, 1. I'll turn my work in a moment and you can just see what it looks like, because it's easier for me to work this kind of half upside down. 2, 3, and 4. I've got 4 trebles in that last stitch. You see I've got a bit of an opening here from the beginning stitch. When I work away my yarn tail, I'll pull that tight, so then this little circle that I have here will disappear. Come, open up the loop, come again to the first stitch, which is that one there. Pick up the loop and pull through. And there we go. And that completes row 2. If you look at it, your popcorns, they should pop forward, because this was the right side. You don't have the right side facing. I'm going to turn again for row 3, which will be the wrong side. Row 3, you've turned your work, so you've got the wrong side facing, so that means the popcorns are now on the other side. And we're going to start with a beginning double treble in the stitch where we're currently in, and we're here in the popcorn. If you just open up there, you see that little loop there. That's where we're going to start. I'm going to insert my hook there for the double crochet, and then a chain 2, 1, 2. This is a starting or beginning double treble. Now we're going to do a chain 3, so that means you've got 5 chains here directly after each other, but the first 2 belong to the double treble, so when we come back we need to take note of that. So 1, 2, 3 chain. In the next chain space, so that's that space there, work 3 trebles. So yarn over, so here in this space 3 trebles. So 1, 2, 3 trebles. Chain 1. Going to skip the double crochet here and come to the next chain space and work 3 trebles in there too. That's 1, let me just do that stitch again. 1, and this is 2, and 3. We do this repeat again, so again chain 3, 1, 2, 3, Now we're going to skip the popcorn and come to the chain 5 here and work 3 trebles in the chain 5. 1, 2, and the third one is 3 trebles in there. Then come, I just want to complete that stitch properly. Chain 1, again skipping the double crochet, come to the next chain space and 3 trebles. 1, 2, and 3. Next stitch here is the popcorn, but first a chain 3 again, 1, 2, 3, and then in the popcorn a double treble, so yarn over twice. And where to insert your hook? Well, it is kind of a bit fidgety because you're from the wrong side, but there, that's where you want to insert your hook, at the top of the popcorn. 1, 2, 3, double treble. If you look at your work from the front, this is what it now looks like. So you're going to have to turn your work again anyway for the next row. Row 4, you have the right side facing. We're going to start by working in the stitch where we're currently in, a double crochet. So in that, if you just open up that stitch, there, 1 double crochet. In the chain space is a chain 3 space, 2 doubles. 1 and 2. On the next 3 stitches, double crochet on each. So these are the 3 trebles. So that's 1, 2, and 3. The next chain space is a chain 1 space, gets 1 double crochet. 3 trebles, 1 on each, 1 double on each. So 1, 2, 3. Now you're in the next chain space. This is it, gets 5 double crochets. 1, 2, 3. Let's move them up a bit. 3, 4, and 5. I'm going to come down on the other edge of the triangle, and first up a 3 double crochets, so 1 on each of the stitches. 1, 2, 3 doubles, 1 in the chain space, 1 on the next 3 stitches again, 1, 2, 3, and then last here in the chain space work 2 doubles, 1 and 2. You need to finish this row by 1 double crochet in the double treble, and remember this was a beginning double treble, so that means there's the double, and then you go to that second chain which is there, insert your hook in that second chain. Oh, I just need to get into the chain. I keep pushing my hook below it, and now I'm above it. There we go. So in that second chain, and work, there we go, a double crochet. Leave your right side facing. You can cut your yarn and fasten off. Pull your loop through. There we go. And now I'd just like to show you where to place a stitch marker. You look at your work as a whole, you have 25 double crochets counting from the first one to the last one. I'm going to place a stitch marker in number 14, and this does require quite some counting, but it's approximately there at the top. So this is 1, 2, 3, let me just open up the stitch marker, then I'm all ready to go. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 here. This is stitch number 14. There you go. So I'm just going to insert a marker in there because this will help me to join up the rest of the work correctly. So that finishes the base triangle. Row 1 of fill triangle 1. I'm going to work with color A, so this is the lightest of the grey shades. And we're going to attach with a slip stitch in the second stitch, so the second double crochet. So here's that first double, attach in the second with a slip stitch. So in the second double crochet, just attach with a slip stitch. And I already had a slip knot there on my hook, and that's just because of the starting stitches that we're going to be doing. Then it's just easier if I have that slip knot there already. What we're going to do is we're going to start with a beginning treble 3 together. Now in the first stitch, that's where we're currently in with the slip stitch. Well, actually it's the second stitch, but you understand what I mean. Work a double crochet followed by a chain 1. And now over the next 2 stitches, going to work in essence a treble 2 together. So yarn over, come to the next stitch and take off 2 loops, yarn over, come to the next stitch and take off 2 loops, and now take off all 3 loops on your hook. And that was the beginning treble 3 together. Chain 1. We're now going to skip the next 2 stitches, then come to the third stitch, and that's actually the stitch that's here in the chain space. It's this center double crochet, and that stitch we're going to work a 3 treble cluster. So yarn over, then insert into that stitch to work so this is in essence a treble 3 together, but all in the same stitch. 2 and 3 times 3 little legs, and then we take off all 4 loops. Chain 3, 1, 2, 3, then in the same stitch another treble, 3 treble cluster. So 1, 2, 3. So again, 3 legs in that one stitch, and take them all off. Chain 1, skip 2 stitches, so the next 2 stitches, and then come to the stitch after. Well, actually the stitches after that we're going to work a treble 3 together over 3 stitches. So skip 1, 2 stitches, then come to the third stitch. Here you pick up your first leg, yarn over, come to the next stitch, take off 2 loops, and then again yarn over and come to the next stitch, take off 2 loops, and now take them all off. There we go. And this was the first row, and now we're going to turn our work for the second. For row 2 of this first fill triangle, I'm just going to turn around, so you're going to have the wrong side facing. Now, in the first chain space. We're going to skip the stitch we're currently in, so this treble 3 together, we're going to skip that, then come to the chain space. That's kind of the opening, the gap here, this first gap. Work a double crochet in there. That's 1 double. Come to the chain 3 space, 5 doubles in there, so you're skipping the cluster stitch again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 double crochets, and then here in the next chain 1 space, so this is last gap, again 1 double crochet, and that's it. You can cut your yarn and fasten off, and then if I just turn it to the front, then this is your work at this point. Just going to take a moment to mark the corner stitches. If you look here at, I'm just going to turn it to the wrong side again. If you look at the 5 double crochets you worked in the chain space, the third one of those 5, so 1, 2, 3, the third one, that's a corner stitch. So I'm just going to mark that stitch with a stitch marker, that you can find it more easily later on. Filled triangle 2, you're going to work in the same way as filled triangle 1, but here on the other side. Where you're going to start is in the marked stitch, so the stitch that's marked with the stitch marker. In that stitch, attach with a slip stitch, and then work exactly the same pattern as you did for the first one. So the treble 3 together, skipping the stitches, everything row 1 and row 2. So this first triangle, repeat that here on the second side also, and then start in the marked stitch. When you've completed the second filled triangle, this is what your work looks like. So now you've got kind of you have a square going on here, and you still have 1 stitch unworked on all 3 corners of your base triangle. The border section, we're now going to work a few border rounds around this work we have now. I have still yarn A on my hook, and if you go to, we're going to start in the first double crochet, then work along the edge, a few stitches in the corner, work across this top edge, a few stitches in the corner, and then down the third side. So that's the planning. Now in that first stitch that's unworked, it's here on your triangle, attach there with a slip stitch. So that unworked double crochet, attach there with a slip stitch. Then in this first stitch, work a double crochet. So insert into the same stitch and work a double. Now across the edge here up to the marked corner, I'm going to work 6 double crochets. I'm going to spread them evenly, so you're going to look for logical places to put these stitches. Now here's a beginning, this treble 3 together. I'm going to work one into the double crochet, so it's kind of the base of this stitch, so into that double there. Just bring my stitch over. So there's no right and wrong here, there's just places where you can easily put your stitches. So that's one. Then the second one I'm just going to kind of bring here into the chain 1. I'm going to insert my hook in there. I'm stuck somewhere. There we go. That's 2. The third one I'm going to work here in the top of the stitch. So this is 3. I'm going to just move over because I've got a few more double crochets here. That last double crochet, I'm going to take that as stitch number 4, and then I've got 2 more stitches here, so this gets 5 and the last one before the marked corner stitch gets number 6. So there's no right and wrong there. It's just kind of looking for logical places to put those stitches. Next up is the corner stitch. 3 double crochets in there. I'm just going to remove the marker. In the next stitch, work 3 doubles. So that's 1, 2, and 3. And then this center one is your corner, so I'm just going to place the marker back. So just as a reference for me. Now we're here at the top edge. We're going to do the same thing. Along the triangle, so the gray yarn, again distribute 6 double crochets evenly. And again, this is just feeling for logical places. I'm going to take those first stitches. So that's 1, 2, and there's a double crochet here in the chain space. That one gets 3. And then here along the edge of the 3 together stitch, I'm going to work 3 more. And 1 and go 2 and 3 next to it. And like I said, there's no real good or bad place to put them. You just want to distribute them evenly. Next up here is the top of your triangle. That stitch is unworked up till now. One double crochet in there. Now we're on the other side and we're going to do exactly the same. So again, 6 doubles, kind of evenly distributed. I'm going to start here with the double crochet that's part of the beginning stitch. That's 1. I'm going to pop one into the chain. So kind of another logical place to put one. So that's 2. And then the third one here on the stitch. And now I've got 3 more before the corner, so they get the last 3. That kind of feels logical to me. That's 1, 2, 3. So that's the center stitch. Now you've worked 6 doubles there. Come to the corner. Just going to remove the marker. Gets 3 double crochets in the corner. It's 1, 2, 3. I pop the marker back in the second stitch. And now it won't surprise you, here along this edge again 6 double crochets. 1, 2, and then the third one here comes in the double that's in the chain space. 3, and then I'm going to do 3 more here along the edge of this stitch. And I'm just going to poke my hook into the side. 1. I wanted a little bit more in there. 2. And 3. There we go. I've got 1 stitch left. Here, there's the stitch here at the corner. Gets a double crochet. There you go. At this point you can cut your yarn and fasten off. Cut your yarn and fasten off for row 2. Row 2 of the border, I have one of the yarn colors on my hook, and you have the wrong side facing, so this is the wrong side. Now attach your yarn with a slip stitch in the first stitch. So this is the stitch where we finished, of course. And now we're going to work a double crochet on every stitch till we get to the corner. So here on the first stitch, work a double, and on every stitch till you get to the corner. Just roll your work over if you can't really see those stitches because they're from the back. And then when we get to the corner, we work 3 doubles in the corner stitch. There you go. Those are all the doubles along the first edge. Now we're at the corner stitch. Gets 3. So I'm just going to remove the marker here so I can more easily get those 3 stitches in there. 1, 2, 3. There we go. And now again, a double crochet on every stitch till you're to the corner here, and then come down and work 3 doubles in that corner, and come down and work a double crochet on every stitch here also. Do be mindful that when you come here, that you've also got that slip stitch there. Here's the slip stitch. This does not count, so this slip stitch is not a stitch, so you might be confused by thinking, okay, here's the second and that's the last stitch, but this little V there is a slip stitch, so that doesn't count. So that's the last stitch. So if you're in doubt, just count your stitches and make sure that you have the correct number, and then you know everything's fine. But otherwise you'll have just 1 stitch too many. But if you're here, this is your last stitch, and that should be double crochet number 37. Row 3 of this border section, you have the right side of your work facing, so you've turned after the previous round. And then in the first stitch, so the very first double, if you look there, here, that's already where you're currently in. Insert your hook to work a beginning treble, so that starts with a double crochet and a chain 1. So that's your beginning treble. We're now going to work a small repeat 4 times. The next stitch gets a treble. That's a treble, chain 1, and skip the next stitch. And we're going to do this until we get to the corner. So skipping the next stitch, then the stitch after again, treble, chain 1, skip a stitch, treble, chain 1, skip a stitch, treble, chain 1, and then of course here there's 1 stitch left before the corner, and that's that stitch we're going to skip. Then in the corner, then I'll just remove the marker here. In that stitch that was marked, so skipping this one, come to the next, work a treble, chain 3, and a treble. So that's treble in that stitch, chain 3, and then in the same stitch again a treble. Now, if you want to, you can mark this chain 3 corner space, but as such this chain 3 is very visible, and I expect that you'll see this easily. Now across we're going to do exactly the same, so chain 1, skip a stitch, and then a treble until we get to the corner. So chain 1, skip a stitch, so that's the first stitch that you're skipping, then come to the second and work a treble. Chain 1, skip a stitch, and work a treble. And continue until you're to the corner. And the last treble here. I've now done the repeat 8 times. Chain 1, and skipping the last stitch before the corner, so you've got 1 stitch left there. Then in the corner space, or stitch I should say, I'm just going to remove the marker, comes again a treble, chain 3, and a treble. 1, 2, 3, and again a treble. And hook up the stitch marker on the corner again. Along this edge, the same, chain 1, skipping a stitch, work a treble. We do that until we're to the end. So this is 4 times. This is 3, and I've got one more repeat to do. Skip a stitch and work a treble, and you should have at this point 1 stitch left, and that last stitch gets a treble also. There, that's the last stitch, and then just next to it you see the slip stitch again. That slip stitch doesn't count for anything. There we go. And this is your work at the moment. Turn again for the next. Row 4, going to turn my work. You have the wrong side facing, and in the first stitch, I'm just opening it up there, work a double crochet, and then in the next stitch, that's the treble stitch there, work a double treble, so yarn over twice, in that stitch work a double treble, and this double treble will give a bit of a bobble on the other side, and that's correct. I'm going to do this 4 more times, 5 times total. So the next space, in this case it's a chain space, gets a double crochet, then yarn over twice for the treble, double treble, and then a double crochet again, and then a double treble. And continue this till we're to the corner. Have a few more to do. Double, and then the last double treble before in the stitch before the chain space. 2, 3, before the corner space. We're now at the corner. I'm going to remove the marker. In the corner we're going to work a double crochet, then a double treble 2 times, and then another double crochet. I'll show you. First a double crochet, now a double treble, so twice over, 2 and 3, then again a double crochet, then a double treble, 1, 2 and 3. So that was a little repeat twice, and now one more double in the same space. There we go. And this looks very messy in there, but if you look at it from the front it looks really nice, because then you see all these bobbles. Now that double crochet that's right there in the middle, that's on your corner, so I'm just going to pop a marker. That's the double crochet there in the middle between those 2 bobbles that we just made, if you look at it from the front. Now on this edge we're doing exactly the same. So again a double treble and a double crochet. Now next stitch gets a double treble, so yarn over twice, a double treble, and then a double in the chain space. Continue this till you're to the corner, where we're going to be doing the same that we just did. Do it again. The last double treble is on the stitch before the corner. There we go. Then in the corner space, well, the same we did before. So a double followed by a double treble twice, so another double and a double treble. I need one more yarn over, there we go, and then a last double crochet in this space, and that again from the front gives you 2 bobbles in the corner. And the center double of the 5 stitches, you don't have to mark this, but I'm just going to. And then on this edge we do exactly the same again. We finish with a double, so that means we're starting with a double treble, and a double in the chain space, and continue this until you're to the end, and you'll finish. Your last stitch will be a double crochet. So continue this, and when you're at the end, you finish with a double crochet and then turn your work. Row 5, so currently in that last treble of the previous stitch. Turn your work, so now you have the right side facing. You see all these nice bobbles we just did in the previous row, and now we're going to be working chain spaces and basically making a frame for our next section. In the first stitch, now if you just pull your work open, that's the double crochet you're currently in. There, work a double in that first stitch. So you really got to pull it open a bit. Now we're going to work chain 3, and then on the double crochet, so that's between the bobbles, work a double. So chain 3, 1, 2, 3, and then between the next 2 bobbles, if you just pull them open, you see there's a double crochet in between. Work a double on there. And that gives you here this chain 3 space. 1, 2, 3, and again on the next double, work a double. 1, 2, 3, and work a double on the double. So that's between the the double trebles. They kind of make those little bobbles. And then, if it helps, just pull your work a bit open, and you see, there's the stitch in between. Continue until you're to the marked stitch, which is the corner. Then you'll have done this 6 times. 1, 2, 3, and then the next stitch should be the marked stitch. Then you've done this repeat 6 times. I'm just going to remove the marker. Then chain 3. 2, 3, and in the same stitch, so that was the stitch where the marker was, work another double. So you're creating a little corner here. So that's a little corner. I'm not going to mark this stitch now because we're going to be marking stitches at the end of this row, where we're going to continue in the next section. Oh, I've got my yarn twisted a little on my finger. On this straight edge, do the same. So chain 3, and then come to the next double and work a double crochet on there. And again chain 3, and continue until you're to the corner. Then you'll have done this repeat 12 times. I'm going to make a small jump in the video. So continue, and I'll see you back here. I'm almost to the corner again. I'm currently in that last double crochet. Chain 3, 1, 2, 3, and then the next stitch gets, I'm just going to remove the stitch marker, the next double gets a double crochet. I can get into it, and there we go, a double, chain 3, 1, 2, 3, and again a double crochet in the same stitch. So now you're making a little corner there again. And now we continue until the end. So chain 3 and a double on every double until we're to the end. And when you're at the end, I'm just going to do that again. And when you're at the end, you can also fasten off. So continue, chain 3 and then a double crochet on the next double. You have a few more left, and when you get to the last stitch, you can also fasten off. This is what your work looks like at the moment. We're just going to mark one of the chain spaces. The chain space that's here in the corner, that chain space, actually number 7 if you count the chains. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Just pop a marker in there. We could have actually done this during the round, but just mark that one because this is the starting point of one of our next fill triangles. If actually your work's upside down, it looks like this. This is where you are now, and so you've marked this corner because the triangle that we're going to build here, it's important to know where to start that. So this was the end of this, well, this full first section. Section 2, we're going to work fill triangle 3. That means here, if you look at your work like this, we're going to fill in this part here. I have a new color yarn on my hook from the mini balls, and we're going to start in the first stitch worked from row 5 of the previous round. So that's this border round with all these lacy edges. And that first stitch, that's the double crochet there, that first double. Insert your hook there with a slip stitch, and there is the stitch. There it is. Insert. I've just got my yarn on the wrong side. There you go. Insert and join with a slip stitch. Now we're going to work a beginning treble. So that means in that same stitch, work a double, followed by a chain 1. Going to work in the same stitch 2 more trebles. So in that same stitch, so insert your hook in there. It's going to get a little full in there. It is all still pretty small. Work 2 more trebles in the same stitch. So in that first double, so you now have 3 trebles in there, and here's the slip stitch. Now we're going to come to the chain spaces. Work a double crochet in each of the next 2 chains. So this one, work a double and come to the next space and also work a double. And turn for row 2. Row 2, we're going to skip the first 2 stitches. So that's the stitch we're currently in. So here, that's the stitch we're currently in and the next stitch. And then on the 3 trebles, we're going to work double crochets. Now on the first of the 3 trebles, so skipping these 2, so on the first treble, you work 2 doubles. So 1, 2, then 1 double crochet on the next stitch. Yeah. And on the last stitch, that's the beginning treble. I'm just going to pop my hook into the chain. 2 doubles, 1 and 2. There you go. And again, turn your work. Row 3, the right side facing. I'm going to start with a beginning treble. So open up your work, pull up that work, and here in that first stitch, double crochet followed by a chain to make the first treble. Now chain 2, 1, 2, And of course now you have 3 chains after each other, but the first chain still belongs to the treble, and then chain 2. And in the same stitch, so where you just made that beginning stitch, again work a treble. There you go. Now going to work a little repeat twice. Chain 2, 1, 2, skip a stitch and work a popcorn. So skipping a stitch, come to the next, that next stitch, and the popcorn, if you recall, was 4 trebles, and then we pinch them together. 1, 2, 3, 4. We open up the loop, come back to that first stitch, which is here, pick up the loop and pull through. Now this we do again, so chain 2, skip a stitch, which is that one, and then here on the last double crochet, just before that last double, there it is, work a popcorn. 1, 2, a bit more yarn, 3, and 4 trebles. Open this up again, come to the first stitch, close the loop and pull through. I'm going to finish this row by working a double crochet in the next 2 chain spaces of row 5. So that's that chain space. So it's this chain space and this chain space, because you see this one's already worked, so that one doesn't count. So these 2 spaces, a double crochet on the first one and a double crochet in the second one. Kind of pulls the triangle a little bit straight again, and then again turn for row 4. Row 4, the wrong side facing. I'm going to skip the first stitch, that's this double crochet we're currently in, then come to the next stitch and in there work a double. To skip the popcorn, come to the chain space, and in the chain space work 2 doubles. So that's 1 and 2. There we go. I'm going to do this a few more times. On the next stitch, which is the popcorn in this case, work a double there on the popcorn, and then come to the chain space and work 2 doubles. 1, 2. The next stitch, which is here the treble, work a double, and in the chain space again 2 doubles. 1, 2. Your last stitch is a double crochet here on the beginning treble, so that means there in that chain insert your hook for the last double and there, and again turn for row 5. Row 5, I'm going to start with a beginning double treble, so that's important. In the first stitch we work a double crochet followed by a chain 2, so that's for the double treble. Now again a chain 2, so you're going to have 4 chains here in a row, and then in the same stitches where you started that first stitch work a 3 treble cluster. So that's the same as treble 3 together, but worked in one stitch. It's 1, 2, 3, all the loops on your hook, take them off in one go. Now a little repeat, chain 2, skipping 2 stitches, 1, 2, work a treble 3 together again, so a 3 treble cluster in the next stitch. And this we do 2 more times, so chain 2, skip 1, 2 stitches, come to the next, and again this 3 treble cluster. Take them all off and chain 2, skipping 2 stitches. Your next stitch should be the last double you have available here. You see that's the last double. And it's a 3 treble cluster in there. Take them all off. If you're almost finished, you need another chain 2 and then a last treble here in the same stitch. So next to the cluster, make a treble, so just next to it. That's your work up till now. Come down to row 5 again, and in those next 2 chain spaces work a double crochet on each. So 1, 2, and turn your work for row 6. Row 6, last row of this fill triangle. Have the wrong side facing. What we're going to do is we're going to skip the first 2 stitches, so those are the 2 doubles that you made last. Then come to the treble, there's a treble, and work 1 double crochet in the treble. So double in the treble. And now we're going to be alternating between chain spaces. We'll work 2 doubles, 3 doubles, 2 doubles, 3 doubles. So the first one we work 2 doubles. 1, 2, and then the next space 3 doubles. 1, 2, 3 doubles. Next space 2 doubles, 2, and then the next space 3 doubles. 1, 2, and 3. So that was 2, 3, 2, 3. The last chain space, 2 doubles, 1, 2, and then on the first stitch, which was, well actually that was the last stitch, but the first one of the previous round, work a double, and that was a double treble, so you're going to come to the second chain there and work a double, and now you can cut your yarn and fasten off. The end of, well, this third triangle, so fill triangle 3, this is what your work looks like. And now we're going to continue on the other side, on this side, and work actually a very similar triangle on this side. I'm going to start fill triangle 4. If you look at your work like this, rotate it here in the very last stitch worked, that double crochet there, going to join your work there with a slip stitch. I'm using the same color as I used on fill triangle 3. Attach there with a slip stitch there, so in that very last double, and then we're going to start with a beginning treble. So that means, so you have the right side facing, that's important here. A double crochet followed by a chain 1, that's our beginning treble, and in the same stitch 2 more trebles. 1 and 2. That's it for this row. Turn for row 2. Row 2, going to turn your work, and immediately, if you just put it open on the first stitch, work a double, so this is in a treble, and also in the same stitch work a second, so we're going to work 2 doubles in that first stitch. Then come to the second stitch, work 1 double, and then the third stitch, that's the beginning treble, that's there on that chain space, on that chain, not the space, just a chain, work 2 doubles and 2. So you've got 2, 1, 2. We're now going to move over to the stitches here on the border, and in the next 2 chain spaces, so that's this one and that one, going to work a double crochet. That's this one and the next one, so the next 2. There we go. And turn your work for the next row. Row 3, if you've turned your work, we're going to skip the first 2 stitches, those 2, going to skip those 2, then come to the next stitch and we're going to work a popcorn in there. So immediately yarn over, so that means there, popcorn, that is the first of 4 trebles, 2, 3, and 4 trebles. Open up and come to this first stitch, which is there. Pick up the loop and pull through. Chain 2, 1, 2, skip a stitch, and then we do this all again. So skipping 1 stitch, come to the next, and we work a popcorn here too. 1, 2, 3, 4 trebles. Open up, and come back to the first stitch, draw the loop closed, and we need to do this twice more, of course, so chain 2 and then still skip a stitch. Yes, that's the entire repeat. You have 1 stitch left on your last stitch, going to work a treble, chain 2 and a treble. So skipping the stitch, come to the last stitch, which is this double crochet, which is just a little hard to get into perhaps. And there we go, that last stitch, and work a treble in there, chain 1, chain 2, chain 2, I'm tired today, and another treble. There we go. And again, turn your work for the next row. Row 4, I'm going to turn again. In the first stitch, in this case it's a treble, work a double crochet in that stitch. And then in the chain space, work 2 doubles. 1 and 2. I'm going to do this 2 more times. The next stitch is a treble again, work a double in there, and then come to the chain space. 1, 2, and then the popcorn gets, well, I'm going to have to kind of open it up. There's the popcorn stitch here. Gets 1, and then the chain space, 2 doubles again. 1, 2. So now I've done this 3 times. The last stitch, which is the popcorn, there, if you just pull that open, gets a double. There you go. And now we're going to move onto the chains from this border around. Here, this one gets a double, and the next one. So 1 double there, and the next one also. There we go. And again, turn your work for the next row. Row 5, right side facing. I'm going to skip the first 2 stitches, those are those 2 doubles, and then come to that stitch there. So that's the stitch that's worked into the popcorn. That stitch gets a treble, chain 2, and a 3 treble cluster. So I'm going to yarn over, so in that stitch a treble, chain 2, and then in the same stitch a 3 treble cluster. So that's a 3 treble stitches worked together all in one stitch. Now we've done a few of these before. I'm going to go maybe just a little faster on those stitches. Now again a small repeat, chain 2, 1, 2, skipping 2 stitches, and then work such a 3 treble cluster again. So I'm going to skip 1, 2, and then come here to the 3rd stitch, and that's a 3 treble cluster, and take them all off. I'm going to do a chain 2 again, 1, 2, and skip 2 stitches. On the 3rd stitch, again a 3 treble cluster. So the same as we just did. 1, 2, 3, and take them all off. Chain 2 again, skipping 2 stitches, then going to end up on the last stitch. So you're now going to work a 3 treble cluster in this very last stitch here, and that is there, that double crochet. Work a 3 treble cluster on there. 1, 2, 3, and take them off. To finish the row, chain 2, 1, 2, and in the same stitch as where this this treble cluster is, work a double treble. So yarn over twice in that same stitch. There we go, a double treble. Turn your work again for the last row. Row 6, last row of this triangle. On the first stitch there, work a double. Just going to open it up, just find that stitch. There, work a double. And now again in the chain spaces, going to alternate between 2 doubles and 3 doubles. Now the first chain space here gets 2 doubles. 1, 2, The next space gets 3, so I'm going to skip all the stitches in between. 1, 2, 3, then 2 again. 1, 2, then 3 stitches, or doubles I should say. 1, 2, 3. You have 1 chain space left over there, gets 2 doubles. 1, 2. You have 1 stitch left, that's the treble. This treble gets a double, and let me just get into that stitch properly. There we go. So a double crochet on that stitch. You're going to come to the edge here again of section 1 and work a double crochet on the next 2 loops. So this one and the next one. There we go. And at this point you can cut your yarn and fasten off. Before we continue with the top triangle, I'm just going to move the stitch marker because I slightly misunderstood the pattern. The stitch marker is here, but it needs to be here in the middle. If you look here above this triangle, that double crochet, that's where the stitch marker should actually have been. So double crochet here right in the middle, that's the one you need, and that's where we're going to start triangle 5. Fill triangle 5, row 1, you have the right side facing. Going to attach with a slip stitch in this marked stitch, this where we just put the stitch marker. In that double crochet, join with a slip stitch. There we go. Now in here we're going to be making 5 trebles. Now the first treble is of course a beginning treble. And chain 1, so that's the first treble. And now 4 more in this same stitch. In the same stitch, so 4 more. So 5 in total. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4. There we go. So 5 in total. Now going to come to the chain spaces here on the side. In the first chain space, work a double, and in the next chain space also. There we go. And now turn your work for row 2. Row 2, you have the wrong side facing. Going to skip the first 2 stitches, those are those 2, and then come to the third, which is the first of all the trebles. Work a double crochet on that first treble. There. Then the next stitch gets, you get 2 doubles in there, so it's 1 and 2, so 2 doubles in that first treble. Then the next treble gets 1 double. The next one, which is the third one, gets 3 doubles, and then you're making a corner here. So 1, 2, 3, and then that second one of the 3, that's a corner. So I'm just going to pop the marker in there so that I can find it easier later. Then come down. You've got 2 stitches left. 1 double on the next, and 2 doubles on the last, which is of course the starting stitch. Let me just get into that chain properly. There you go. 1 and 2. We're going to come down, and in the next 2 chain spaces work a double. Actually, this is the first one here. You see how easy it is to skip that? That's the first, these 2 chain spaces. So I almost missed one. 1 and 2. And again, turn your work for row 3. Row 3, so you have the right side facing. We're going to again skip the 2 doubles in the that we made in the chain spaces, and then come to the first real stitch, something called the real double crochet. I'm going to make a popcorn in there. So in that first double, work 4 trebles to make not a half treble, a full treble, to make the first popcorn. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, open up, and then come back to the first stitch. You've of course done this a few times, so this should be familiar to you. And pull through. Chain 2, 1, 2. Going to skip 1 stitch and then come to the next and work a popcorn in there. Skip the stitch, come to the next. That's 1, and I'm going to work 3 more. 1, 2, 3, 4. Come to the first stitch and close the popcorn and a chain 2. Skipping the next stitch, we come to the marked stitch, the corner stitch. Going to work a treble, chain 3 and a treble in that marked stitch in the corner. Treble, chain 3 and treble. You can, if you want to, mark that chain 3 space because that's your corner, but you don't have to because it is reasonably visible. Now we're going to come down and do the same. So a chain 2, skip a stitch and work a popcorn. 2, 3, 4 trebles, open up the loop, come back to the first stitch, and pull through. Do this one more time. So chain 2, and then skipping 1 stitch, and then on the last stitch here, this last stitch, work the popcorn. I do realize I'm continuously turning my work because it's with all these shapes, it's kind of hard to decide what is your working edge and how do I want to keep it in front of the camera. So that's 4 trebles, come back to the first stitch and close the popcorn. I'm going to come down along the edge, and again on these next 2 chains here, work a double crochet on each. So that's 1 and the 2 on the next one. There we go. So, and this is your work right now. Turn for row 4. Row 4, you have the wrong side facing. Going to skip the first 2 doubles and then come to the popcorn and work a double crochet in the popcorn. 1 double in the popcorn, and then in the chain space 2 doubles. 1, 2. I'm going to repeat, so again on the popcorn 1 double, and then come to the chain space and work 2. 1, 2. In the next stitch, here this is the treble, 1 double crochet. Next up, you're in the chain 3 space. I'm going to remove the marker. I'm going to work 5 doubles in here in total. So 1, 2, that's still from the repeat, and then 3 more. 4, 2. You've got 5 in here in total, and the center one of the 5, so number 3, that's your new corner. And I am just going to mark that 1, 2, 3, because that's really easier, really much easier if there's just a stitch marker in there. Now come down and do the same on the next stitch. Here that's the treble, gets a double, and the chain space gets 2. 1, 2. A double again on the popcorn, and 2 in the chain space, and then here you finish off with a double here on the popcorn. On the edge, a double on each of those chain 3 spaces. 1, 2. There we go. Again, turn for row 5. Row 5, you have the right side facing. We're going to start in a similar way as before. We're going to skip the first 2 doubles and then come to this 3rd stitch. Work a treble in there. So I'm just going to yarn over, a treble in that stitch. Chain 2, and then a 3 treble cluster in the same stitch. So that's the same as a treble 3 together, all in one stitch. So I'm going to do 3 times yarn over and taking off 2 loops. 4 loops on your hook, take them all off. I'm going to do this a few more times. Chain 2, 1, 2, skipping 2 stitches, so 1, 2, skip, and come to the 3rd stitch, and again a 3 treble cluster in that stitch. 2, 3, and then take them off. We repeat this, so chain 2, skip 2 stitches, 1, 2, and in the 3rd stitch again a 3 treble cluster, and 2, 3, take them off. Chain 2, 1, 2, skip 2 stitches, and then the next stitch should be your marked corner stitch. We're now going to work into that corner stitch. I'm just going to remove the marker because I now know where it is, and then that stitch work again a 3 treble cluster. 1, and 3, and take them off. Chain 3, 1, 2, 3, and then in the same stitch again a 3 treble cluster. So in the same corner stitch. So in this chain 3 that we just made, this is your new corner. And 3, and take them off. So this chain space here is the corner. I'm going to come down on this edge and in essence do the same as what we just did. So again a chain 2, 1, 2, skip 2 stitches, 1, 2, and then in the third a 3 treble cluster. And 3, take them off, chain 2, skipping 2 stitches, and again a 3 treble cluster. 2, 3, which you take off, chain 2. See how we're doing this a few times, skipping 2 stitches, and then on the last stitch again a 3 treble cluster. And 3, and take them all off, chain 2, and then in the same stitches where you have this treble cluster, work a treble in there, in that same stitch, in there. And you come to the edge and again work a double on the next 2 loops here. So in this chain 3 space, and come to the next space also, so a double in each of those. And then you can turn for the last row of this triangle. Row 6, you have the wrong side facing. Going to skip the first 2 stitches, then come to the third stitch. That's the treble here. That gets a double crochet. So they're in the treble. Now we're going to be working in the chain spaces. 2 doubles in the next space, so it's going to be 2 and 3, 2 and 3. So 2 doubles in this space. Come to the next, work 3 doubles. So 1, 2, 3. Next space, 2 doubles. 1, 2. Space after that, 3 doubles. 1, 2, 3 doubles. You're now going to come to the chain 3 space, that's your corner space. 5 doubles in there. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 doubles, and I'm just going to mark the third stitch because that's the new corner. So 1, 2, 3. So here the third stitch as my new corner. And now I'm going to come down and do the same. So 2 doubles in the next space. 1, 2, followed by 3 doubles. 1, 2, 3, then 2 doubles. 1, 2, and here there's one more chain space, 3 doubles in there. 2, 3 doubles in there. You have 1 stitch left. That last stitch gets a double crochet. That's a treble, by the way, that stitch. So 1 double in there. And now we're going to come down here to these loops and work a double crochet in each of those on section 1. So 1 double and the second. There we go. At this point you can cut your yarn and fasten off. The border row 1, because we're going to make a border around this triangle. We're going to do that in the same color as we made for the small triangle. So what we're going to do is going to start in, let me just zoom out a bit, then you can actually see it better. We're going to start in the right side facing. We're going to start here, then work up to the point, that point, and then work down again. That's what we're going to be doing. And you're going to have to be kind of fudging a little bit, because here and there you're going to have to be working either more stitches than you have or less stitches than you have. So you're going to have to evenly distribute stitches, as the pattern says. Now we're going to start here. This is where we finished triangle 3, so from that point there. It's on the right if you're right-handed, on the left if you're left-handed, that stitch. I'm going to join there with a slip stitch. So in that very last stitch, join there with a slip stitch. Now I'm going to work 2 double crochets in that stitch. So 1 and 2, so 2 doubles in that one stitch. Along the edge of triangle 3, going to evenly distribute 14 doubles. Now you actually only have 13 stitches there, so you're just going to have to work 2 into 1 somewhere, and then you'll have 14. And also, if your stitch count is off at this point, this is actually also a really good place to correct your stitch count. So I'm going to work 14 doubles over the next stitches. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm going to work 2 here, so that's 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, need a bit more yarn, 12, 13, and the last one here, 14. So it doesn't really matter exactly where you do this, I just made that increase like a little bit there. So 14 doubles. We're now going to work here into the stitches of section 1, I should say. Here in the next, this loop here, this already contains a stitch. In that loop, going to work 3 doubles in this loop here. So 1. So this is the loop where triangle 3 finished, that same loop. 1, 2, 3 doubles in there. Come to the next one, and this kind of looks like a bit like the corner. One double crochet in there, and then come to the next space. So this is loop number 8. In that loop again 3 double crochets. So 1, 2 in that chain space. 3 doubles. I'm just going to pull this yarn tail here a little tight. There we go. Now we're going to come up along the edge of triangle 5 and again work 14 double crochets along the edge, not counting the corner stitch. So along this edge you want 14 doubles. Now what I'm going to do is, if you look here at these 2 doubles, I'm just going to skip the first one and I'm actually going to use that second one already. So then this stitch, I'm just going to use that as my first stitch, because then I believe it works out. That's 1, and this here is 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and if it doesn't, we pull it out. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, and then this here is 14, so it works out exactly. So 14 doubles, and then your next stitch should be the marked corner stitch. 3 doubles in there. 3 in that one stitch. So this is 1, 2, 3, and I'm just again going to mark that second one because that's the corner here at the top. I don't know if we need it later on, but I'm just going to mark it so that I know where it is. Now we're going to come down and do the same. We're going to work 14 doubles again evenly across the second side of triangle 5. And now I need to just increase a stitch somewhere because I've got, if I recall correctly, 13 stitches and I need 14. So I'm just going to increase one somewhere. So this is going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Now this is a good place to increase. So that's 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, and then the last one here falls in the last stitch, which is 14. There we go. So I've just worked 2 into 1 a little bit halfway through. I'm going to come down and do the same here. So in this next loop, that loop there gets 3 doubles in that one. So 3 doubles. 1, 2, 3 doubles. Then 1 double in this, let me call this corner space. So 1 in there. And then the next space again gets 3 doubles. 1, 2, and 3. So it's 3, 1, 3. And both of those already contain a stitch. The first and the last loop already contain a stitch. Now I'm going to come to triangle, I don't know, this was number 4 I believe. And we're again going to work 14 doubles across this edge, excluding the last stitch. The very last stitch does not count. You don't have that last stitch because we're going to be working 2 in there. So across all this edge without the last stitch, work 14 doubles. I'm going to do a bit the same idea as I did a triangle 5. I'm just going to skip this first double, that's that one, and come to the second and use that as my first stitch. So I'm going to grab there, so that's 1, and then here is 2, 3, I believe it works out 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 12, I need 2 more, 13, and 14, so it works out exactly. And then I have 1 stitch left, and that last stitch, that very last stitch, that gets 2 doubles, and that last stitch is a little bit small. There, let's get my hook in there. There it is, that last stitch gets 2 doubles. So that's 1 and 2. There we go. That was quite a process. And now you can again cut your yarn and fasten off. This is your work at the moment for row 2 of the border. Just turn your work so you have the wrong side facing, and we're going to join in the stitch where we finish. So that's going to be over here where we're going to join. So row 2, I have color B on my hook here, so this is one of the gray shades. We're going to attach our yarn in the stitch where we finish, so that very last stitch there. Actually, it's the first one now with the wrong side facing, and attach in that stitch with a slip stitch. In that same stitch, work 2 double crochets. That's 1 and 2, so 2 doubles in there. Now along the straight edge we're going to work 37 doubles, and 37 doubles will actually bring you to the corner stitch. So this is a nice and easy row, so a double crochet on every stitch till you get to the corner. That'll be 37. So this is 2, 3, I just continue, 36, and this last one here 37. So 37 doubles. Then the next stitch should be your corner stitch, the one that we marked. I'm going to take out the stitch marker, and in this next stitch work 3 doubles. That's 1, 2, 3 doubles, and then the second of those 3, there is it, that second stitch, that's your new corner. So I'm just going to mark that stitch. Going to come down and again work 37 doubles, which will bring you to the last stitch here. So 37 doubles. So this is a base on which we can work a new border section. And do keep on counting. So this is 3, 4, and the last 2. 37. There we go. So this entire stretch here, 37 doubles. If all went well, you should have 1 stitch left, and that stitch gets 2 doubles. 1 and 2. And there's of course the slip stitch still there, that doesn't count. Turn your work for row 3. Row 3, I've turned my work so I've got the right side facing, and in the current stitch where we're in right now, I'm going to start with a beginning double treble. So in that stitch work a double crochet and a chain 2, so the beginning double treble. Now again a chain 2, so this is a chain 2 space. And in the same stitch, in that first stitch, work a treble in that first stitch. There you go. So in this stitch you have a double treble, chain 2, double treble. We're now going to do a repeat that we're going to do until we get to the corner. So chain 1, skip a stitch and a treble. So chain 1, skip a stitch, so the next stitch, and come to the second and work a treble. And this you're going to continue until you're to the corner. You're going to do this 20 times. So this was 2, so chain 1, skip a stitch and come to the next. I've now done 3, so I'm going to do a few more, and then I'll see you back when you're roughly here. I've now worked 19 repeats, so I need one more. So chain 1, there should be 1 stitch left, and then the next stitch should be the marked corner stitch. I'm just going to remove the marker. So skipping a stitch, then in that marked stitch work a treble. Going to make a new corner with a chain 3. So 1, 2, 3. You can hook a stitch marker on there if you want. And then in the same stitch where you already have the treble, work another treble. And that completes the corner. We're now going to come down and do the same as we did coming up. So chain 1, skip a stitch, and come to the next and work a treble. And you're going to do this again 20 times, which will bring you exactly to the last stitch. So I've now done 2. I'll do 18 more, so I'll see you back when you're here at the end of this row. That's when I'll see you back. I've again done the repeat 19 times from there, and at this point there should be 2 stitches left. So it's chain 1, skipping the second last stitch, and then come to the last one here, just there, that last stitch, and work a treble on there. Now you've done the repeat 20 times. Chain 2, 1, 2, and in the same stitch as this last treble, work a double treble. So yarn over twice, in that same stitch, a double treble. And there we go. Now turn your work for row 4. Row 4, I have the wrong side facing, and in the first stitch, so that's the stitch where you're currently in, if I just pull that open, work a double crochet. So in this double treble, work a double. There we go. The chain 2 space, that's next. That gets a double treble and a double crochet, so in the same space. So yarn over twice. So in that space, work a double treble, so that's 3 times, taking off 2 loops, and next to it work a double crochet. That creates a little bobble here on the front. Now we're going to do a repeat again 20 times. So on the stitch, work a double treble, and in the space a double crochet. That's what we're going to be doing quite a few times. So yarn over twice, then on the next stitch work a double treble, 2, 3, and then here in the space work a double crochet. And that was repeat number 1. Yarn over twice, a double treble on the stitch, and then in the space again a double crochet. So this was 2 repeats. Going to do 20, and that again is along the entire edge, and I'll see you back when you're roughly here, when you're just before the corner. So continue with the double treble and then on the stitch and a double crochet in the chain space. I've now done the repeat 20 times. So that finishes the repeat. So all of these bobbles here on the back. And your last stitch, that last double crochet, falls in the space before the corner. Now to go around the corner, the next treble gets a double treble. So yarn over twice. In that stitch, work a double treble. 2, 3. I'm going to take out the marker because I don't need it right now. Now in the chain space it gets a double treble, a double treble, and a double. So there's a rhythm here. So first a double crochet, yarn over twice, and work a double treble. Then again a double, and this stitch I just worked, that's the new corner because it's exactly in the middle. Yarn over twice for another double treble, and in the again a double crochet. So you've worked 5 stitches in that corner. This This is what it looks like from the front. So we've got 2 bobbles there, and then in the middle there's a double crochet, and I'm just going to mark that stitch there in the middle because that's the new corner. I'm just going to mark that stitch. And now we're going to come down and do exactly the same. So on the trebles, a double treble, and then it chains a double. So yarn over twice. So on the next stitch, a double treble, and in the chain space, a double crochet. Actually, the repeat starts at the double crochet. And then on the next stitch, a treble again, and repeat this. So the double crochet and the treble, well, basically until you're to the end. I'll see you back when you're on that last treble. So I'll see you back here, there, just before that last chain space. That's where I'll see you back. When you've done the repeat 20 times, this is where you'll be at. That last double treble will fall in the last treble, and you'll have the chain 2 space and the last double treble here left. So, and this is what it looks like from the other side. Now in that chain 2 space, so you've just worked the double treble, in that chain 2 space work a double crochet followed by a double treble, so yarn over twice, 2 and 3, and then we're finishing the last stitch on this row is on the double treble. So in that beginning stitch, in there, just poke your hook in there, work a double. There you go. You look at it from the other side, and then that completes row 4. Like turn your work for row 5. Row 5. Currently in that first stitch, we're going to start in there with a beginning treble. So in that stitch, work a double, and then of course a chain 1. That's your first treble. Chain 2, and in the same stitch work a double. So you've got a treble, chain 2, and a double in that same space there. We're now going to work chain 3s and come all the way up with double crochets in between. Let me show you. So chain 3, 1, 2, 3, and then between the 2 bobbles you've got a double crochet in there in the middle, work a double on there. And this we've done before. So again, chain 3, and between the next 2 in there work a double, and continue this until you're to the corner. You see these little loops, so you're going to continue all of these loops until you're here. I'll see you back when you're there, just before the corner. So chain 3 and then a double crochet in between. I'm almost to the corner, just got a few stitches to do. So chain 3, 1, 2, 3, and then here in between these 2 bobbles, these 2 buttons, a double crochet. Next stitch, next double, is the corner stitch that I've marked before. So chain 3, and in this stitch I'm just going to remove the marker, work a double, a chain 3, and a double in the same stitch. And then that's that loop here. This is the top, this is the new corner. There. So a double, chain 3, and a double in that same stitch. Come down and do the same. So chain 3, and in between the next 2 buttons work a double crochet, and continue until you're all the way down. I'll see you at the end just for the last 2 stitches. So again, continue along this edge Then I'll see you back here. Almost to the corner here. Chain 3. Just a few more of these loops to do. Got those 2 buttons. There's a double in between. And then chain 3. And then skipping the last button, there should be a double crochet here still, the very first one. Work. You got a double on there. Chain 2, 1, 2, and on that same stitch where you just did the double, work a treble. And there you go. That's it. Turn your work for the last row, row 6. Row 6, I'm going to start with on the very first stitch, that stitch work a double. There you go. Now on these loops, we're going to work 2 doubles on each of the next 12 loops. Here's the first one, this chain space gets 2 doubles. 1, 2, so that was the first one. Then the next loop is the second one, so 1, 2 doubles. Then the third one, 1, 2. So we do this 12 times. So this was 3. This is 4 and 12. That's 12 spaces with 2 doubles on each, and this brings you roughly halfway. The next space, 1 double crochet, just the 1. And now again in the next 11 spaces, which will bring you to the corner, work 2 doubles. 1, 2, so that was 1 space. We do this 11 times. 2 doubles in space number 2, and this is number 11, so set number 11 with 2 doubles. This should bring you to the corner. The next one here is the corner space. In that space we work 5 doubles. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 doubles, and it won't surprise you that number 3, which is that one, is your new corner. So the third of those 5, mark that one with a marker for the new corner. You're going to come down and do exactly the same. So on the first 11 loops, 2 doubles on each. 1, 2, so that was the first set, and then here's the second, and we do this again 11 times, 2 doubles on each. This is number 11, so 11 times 2 doubles on each. The next loop gets 1 double, only 1 double. And now again the next 12 loops gets 2 doubles again. So this really is symmetric to the first edge. So that's 2, and then the next one, and that will bring you to the corner. That's 2. This here is 3. And then the last one here is this chain space. This is actually a chain 2 space, so 2 doubles in there. And now you've done this 12 times again. And then there's 1 stitch left to do, and that's on the beginning stitch here, work a double. So 1 more double. So you've got 2 doubles in that last chain space, and then 1 double to finish. You can cut your yarn, fasten off. Section 3, we're going to work a base rectangle, and where we're going to work, if you have your work with the wrong side facing, so you see here all the bubbles and everything, so turn it around, you have the wrong side facing, Here's the top of the triangle, and then here along this edge we're going to work a rectangle over here. That's what we're going to be doing, and then we'll do the same on the other side later. So with the wrong side facing and a new color yarn, we're going to start on this edge, and we're going to start counting from this corner point here. So row 1 of the base triangle, we're going to start counting, and then we need stitch number 14. So if you look at your work, that's the first stitch here, that's the first one, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Here, this is stitch number 14. So I'm going to attach my yarn in that stitch with a slip stitch. Oh dear. Let me just do that again. There we go. Let me just double check that I now have the right stitch. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Yes, this is stitch number 14. Now in the same stitch, work a double crochet. So in the same stitch, work a double. So that's your first double, and now along the edge we're going to work 24 more. So on every stitch double until you have 24. So that's 2. Well, actually it's the first one, because you're going to have 25 in total. So however you want to count. So it's 1 plus 24, which is of course 25. And this is the last one. There it goes. I've got a stretch of 25 doubles here, and you'll have stitches unworked here. That's fine. Leave those unworked. Going to turn our work and then come back to work on the stitches that we just made for row 2. Row 2, you have the right side facing, and in the first stitch, so where we're currently in, going to work a beginning treble and a treble. So that means in this stitch work first a double and a chain 1, that's the first treble, and in the same stitch work another treble. So 2 trebles in that stitch. We're now going to do a little repeat that we're going to do 7 times in total. So yarn over, skipping 2 stitches, so 1, 2 stitches, then come to the third stitch, and then there work a treble, chain 1 and a treble. And that little combination of stitches going to do 6 more times. So that means skip 2 stitches, work a treble, chain 1 and a treble in the same stitch. So you're working little V's here. So I've now done twice, do once more, and then I'll see you back at the end of the row. So skip 2 stitches, work a treble, chain 1 and a treble in the same stitch. Now I've done this 3 times already. Do 4 more, then I'll see you back here. So I've now worked that repeat 7 times in total, and you have 3 stitches left. I'm going to skip the next 2, and then in the last stitch work 2 trebles. So I'm going to skip those 2, and in your last stitch gets 2 trebles. So that's 1 and 2, and that's it. Turn for row 3. Row 3, you have the wrong side facing, and we're going to start by working a double crochet on the first 12 stitches. So that means here in that first stitch work a double, 1, and here this is stitch number 2, 3 is on a treble, 4 here falls in the chain space, 5 is a treble, 6 falls on a treble, 7 is again in a chain space, 8 falls on a treble, 9 also, 10 falls in a chain space, 11 falls on a treble. And now just before I do number 12, I'm just going to grab myself a different color yarn, because we're going to be working a bobble in a different color, and the color that you're using is actually the same color as the one that you used here. So this is color I, or if you're in a different part of the repeat, it's of course a different color number. So on this last stitch with the yarn over, I'm going to change to this different color. So what I'm going to do is going to insert, pick up the yarn, then bring my working yarn forward. But the reason I'm bringing it forward is because the right side is of course here to the back, and I want my yarn tails to be well hidden, so I bring this yarn forward. I'm going to take the different color. Oh, so I've just got my yarn twisted here. That's something that's almost always seems to happen when I have more than one color of yarn. There we go, again, right. And change, so use the yarn over to change to the orange yarn. There we go. And now we're going to work a bobble in the next stitch. So I'm going to, and the bobble is in essence 4 double crochet, 4 trebles worked together. So yarn over. So that's 1. So this is all in a chain space. 2, 3, and 4. I'm just going to pull all my yarn tails a bit tight. And now I'm going to yarn over and come back to the purple yarn. So I'm just going to bring, there we go. So, and I'm just going to bring up the purple and change to the purple yarn again. And at this point you can actually cut the orange yarn. There we go. And in the next 12 stitches work a double crochet again. And this first one here, that's immediately after the bobble. This one's easy to miss. And what you'll see happening now is that your bobble pops the other way. So it pops here to the front, and that's correct. That's exactly what you want. So, and then this here is 2, and then work a double on every stitch till you're to the end of the row, which will be 12. And of course some of them will be on the chain space, and some of them will be on the treble. And especially the chain spaces can be easy to miss. So keep your attention to if it's a chain space or a stitch, that you get all of them. You've got a chain space, treble, and I've got 2 more stitches to do. So that's 1, and the last one here is on the beginning treble from the last row. Just get into that chain space there. We go. Right, so that was row 3, if I recall correctly. Turn your work for row 4. Row 4 with the right side facing, and you're going to repeat row 2. So I'd like to refer you back to the video row for row 2, and we're going to be making these V's, and one of them will fall exactly here on the bobble stitch, and that will be that stitch there. So if you're in, if everything goes right, one of your bobbles will fall, or one of your V stitches will fall here on the bobble. So row 4, repeat row 2. And when you've completed row 4, this is what it looks like. Turn your work again for row 5. Row 5, in this row we're going to work bobbles again, like we did here in row 3. We're going to work 2 bobbles. But first we work 9 double crochets. Of course in the first one goes 1 already. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4 is in this space, 5, 6, 7 is in the space again, 8 and 9 is the last one here, and that's what again I'm going to use to change to color. I'm going to use the same orange color as I did on the last bobble, and 9. Fold the purple yarn towards you and take the orange yarn and yarn over. There we go. Now, going to work a bobble in the next chain space, and I'm just going to work over the purple yarn, right, so like this, and that's going to be 1. Just pull this orange yarn tail, so that's 1, 2, 3, and the last one here, 4. It's got 5 loops on your hook. I'm going to change to the purple yarn. And there we go, take them all off. Just pulling all my yarn tails. Now in the next 5 stitches, I'm going to work a double. And while we do so, we take the orange yarn with us, because we're going to make another bobble in it. So in the next stitch, and make sure that the orange yarn is on the on your side, that it's not to the front but here to the back. That's 1, 2, 3 here is in the space, 4 is on the stitch again, and 5 here is on the next stitch. And now we're going to change to the orange yarn again. So I'm going to fold the purple yarn inwards and bring the orange yarn up. If you look from the front, you see you can hardly see that orange yarn. Now a bobble again. So yarn over. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, and swap them again. Yarn over in the purple. On your last 9 stitches, work a double. So 1, 2, number 3 here is in the chain space, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and the last one here is on the beginning stitch, 9. There you go. You can cut the yarns, your orange yarns again, and you can see from the front the bubbles. So again, turn your work for the next row. Row 6, you have the right side facing, and you're again going to do a repetition of row 2. So that means these V's that you've done before, and they will again fall on your bobbles. So you'll have one on this stitch and one on that stitch. So for row where we're at 6, repeat row 2. When you've completed row 6, this is what it looks like. Turn your work for row 7. For row 7, you're going to repeat row 3. So this is the row where we made this single bobble here. You're going to repeat that again. Repeat row 3 for row 7. And here you have row 7 completed. Turn your work for the last row. Row 8. For this row we're going to work a double crochet on every stitch. So that's 25 in total. So here on the first stitch, work your first double. So 1, 2. So this is a row to just really finish off this rectangle. So a double crochet on every stitch. And the last two. That's number 25. Just take a moment to count your stitches to make sure that you do have 25. You can cut your yarn fast enough, and I really suggest you work away these yarn tails before you continue with the rest. We're going to work fill triangle 6, and you've got the wrong side facing, so this is the wrong side. Here's the rectangle we just made, and we're going to work it here in this corner. We're going to work a triangle. Now, new color yarn on my hook, and attach your yarn in the second stitch. So you've got here these gray stitches, the second one there. So that's the first double, and then there's the second. So in that second stitch, attach there with a slip stitch. There we go. We're now going to work 9 double crochets. And of course the first one here is in the first stitch. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. There we go. Oh, and actually it's 10. 10 doubles. Because it's the first one was made separate in the pattern, so it's 10 doubles in total. So 1 in that first stitch, and then plus 9, so 10 doubles in total. At this point you should have 2 stitches left. We're going to work a double crochet 3 together over these 2 stitches and here along the side of the rectangle, because what we're going to do is we're going to be coming up here and working double crochets in there. So that means 1 loop in the next stitch, 1 loop here in the last stitch along the edge, and I'm just going to pull this yarn tail down, and then here on the side, it doesn't quite matter there, insert your hook and pick up the 3rd loop, and now take them all off, and then you're going to pinch this corner stitch together. There you go. Now along this edge here of the rectangle we're going to work 10 double crochets in total, and the last one should fall here in the last row. So there, and this is a bit of just seeing where do you just need a bit more yarn, just see where you want to place the stitches, because there's no real right or wrong here. It's just 10 doubles evenly across here. So I'm going to do 1, 2, 3, and 4, 5. This here goes 6, 7, 8, 9, and the last one here in this last row, 10. That's it. That was row 1. This was perhaps the most difficult row because you really had to get these stitches here correct. Turn, you'll have the right side facing then for row 2. Row 2, you have the right side facing, and we're going to work a beginning treble 3 together over the first 3 stitches. So where we're currently in, work a double and a chain 1, and then over the next 2 stitches a treble 2 together. 1 and 2, and take them off. A beginning treble 3 together. Going to do a little repeat. Chain 1, skip a stitch, so skipping this stitch, come to the next and work a treble. Do this again. Chain 1, skip a stitch and work a treble. Chain 1, skip a stitch again. Oh, I just need a bit more yarn. Skip a stitch again, and then we're going to work a treble 5 together, and that's going to take us here around the corner. So I'm going to yarn over, so skip 1 stitch and come to the next. This is the first leg, yarn over, this is the second leg, yarn over. The third one falls here in this corner stitch from the last round. 3, 4, and 5. So a lot of loops on your hook. Take them all off in one go. Oh, and now I got my hook snagged somewhere. Let me just do that again. I see, there I got my hook snagged. There in that loop. So yarn over and pull through. And there we go. Now we do the same on this side as on that side. Chain 1, which kind of forms a little eye there. Skip a stitch and work a treble. And again, chain 1, skip a stitch and work a treble. Chain 1, skip a stitch, and then on the last 3 stitches work a treble 3 together. Skipping this stitch, and then on the last 3, so that's 1, 2, 3, and take them all off. So you see how you're starting to fill up this corner. We're going to work this to the point. Turn your work for row 3. Row 3, with the wrong side facing. I'm going to start in the same way with a beginning treble 3 together. That means in the stitch where we're currently in, here work a double crochet and a chain 1, and then over the space and the treble, a treble 2 together. This is first leg, and in the treble stitch the second leg, and take them all off. Chain 1, going to skip the next space, so this space here, and then over the next 5 stitches again a treble 5 together. So yarn over, so that means we're starting here in the treble to pick up a leg. Then number 2 here is kind of a little bit in this eye, that's why number 2 goes, that's the chain. 3 here is on the treble 5 together from the previous round. 4 is here in the chain space, and 5 is in the treble. Again, 6 loops on your hook, yarn over, take them all off. Chain 1, so that kind of makes a little eye again. Going to skip a stitch, well that's actually going to be this chain space here, and then over the last 3 stitches we work a treble 3 together again. So yarn over, the first one here is in the treble, second one in the chain space, and the third leg is here over the treble 3 together from the previous row. take them all off. There you go. Turn for the last row. Row 4, you have the right side facing, and over all the stitches that we have, going to work a double crochet 5 together. So that means here in the stitch where you're currently in, pick up a loop. The eye here, I'm going to pick up a loop. The stitch here, the 5 together stitch, going to pick up a loop. The chain space going to pick up a loop, and the 3 together stitch going to pick up a loop. And all of this yarn over and pull through. And that's it. That completes the row. You can cut your yarn and fasten off. Fill triangle 7. We've just worked this one here. You've got the wrong side facing, and now we're going to fill this triangle here. Attach your yarn in. You've got row 8 here of the rectangle, I should say. In the side of that first stitch of the last row of the rectangle, attach the yarn there with a slip stitch. We're now going to work 10 double crochets here evenly across, and we're just going to leave the last row, so don't use the last row because we're going to do that for a corner stitch again. So for the rest, 10 doubles evenly across. And again, this is at your discretion where you place them. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, just get it in there, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. I'll just pop 9 in there. Oh no, I need 10. Wait, how many have I got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yes, I need one more. So there we go, 10. So now I've got 10 doubles. For the corner, a double crochet 3 together. So that means here in the last row, pick up a loop. And on the next 2 stitches here in the grey. So let's pick up a loop, 1 and 2. So now in total 4 loops. Take them all off and then you pinch the corner together. On the next 10 stitches, work a double crochet, and then you should actually have the corner stitch unworked. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and then number 10 falls just before the marked corner stitch. That's number 10. And that's it. Turn your work for row 2 of fill triangle 7. Rows 2 to 4 of this filled triangle is going to be repetition of the filled triangle 6. So repeat rows 2, 3 and 4 exactly the same as you did here on filled triangle 6. So that means you're going to be filling up this triangle the same as that way. And when you've completed those 4 rows, this is what your work looks like at the moment. And we're now going to work this triangle here. filled triangle 8, row 1. You have the right side facing. In this row we're going to work a double crochet on every stitch that's here on the rectangle. So that will be 25 in total. So I'm going to attach my yarn in the first stitch there with this slip stitch, and now work a double on every stitch. That will give you a base to continue from. That's 2, 3, and continue and work a double crochet on every stitch, and then turn your work. Row 2, you have the wrong side facing, and we're going to continue and start with a treble 3 together. And this is of course a beginning stitch. So in that first stitch there, work a double, chain 1, and then over the next 2 stitches the next part. That's one leg and another leg, and take them all off. 6 trebles on the next stitches. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. 6 trebles. Over the next 3 stitches we're going to do a treble 3 together, and we're going to change to a new color in the last yarn over. So yarn over for the first leg, then come for the second leg, and then the third leg. So now you've got 4 loops on your hook, and I'm going to bring a new color and yarn over with the new color, and yarn over. There we go. Now in the purple yarn, the next stitch gets 4 trebles, and I'm just going to work over the grey as I do so, and the grey is towards me because that's the wrong side. It's facing me. It's 1. You see this stitch is slightly large, and I just pull this purple yarn, and then it becomes smaller again. So that's 1, 2, 3, and 4. And here the last yarn over on this 4th stitch, we swap back to the grey. I'm just going to swap these 2 around. Yarn over with the grey. Now I'm just going to leave the purple here and then continue the rest of the stitches in grey. So yarn over, then on the next 3 stitches a treble 3 together. So 1, 2, 3, and we take them off. So this purple yarn will pick that back up when we do the next row. 6 trebles. That's 1, 2, 2. Let me just do that one again. 3, 4, 5, and 6. You should have 3 stitches left at this point. These 3 stitches get a treble 3 together. 1, 2, and 3, and then take them all off. That was row 3, sorry, row 2, turn for row 3. Row 3, the right side facing, and again a beginning 3 together. In the first stitch, double crochet and a chain 1, and then the next leg and the third one, and take them all off. The next 2 stitches get a treble, so that's 1 and 2. You have 3 stitches before the purple. These 3 stitches get a treble 3 together, and then we change to the purple again. So that's 1, 2, 3, and now the yarn over, we just swap this here to the purple. So the purple yarn, just bring that up and do the yarn over in the purple. I'm going to work on the purple stitches here, and what I do to the grey, I'm just going to put here to the back and work over that also, so I'm going to take it with me. Now in the next stitch gets 3 trebles. The next stitch gets 3, so that's 1. And you see I've got the grey with me to the back, so I'm taking that with me too. 2, 3. 3 trebles. The next 2 stitches, 1 treble on each. 1 and in the yarn, 2, and then here on the last stitch, and that's this last purple stitch, again 3 trebles. So that's 1, 2, 3, and then we swap. I'm just going to literally just pop this yarn to that side, take the grey, and we'll continue with the grey. And again I'm going to leave the purple just hanging here, and we'll pick it back up later. Oh, there we go. So I'm going to leave the purple to the side, so that's why I'm putting it to that side, and I'm going to continue with the grey. Treble 3 together. So 1, 2, 3. Take them all off. 2 trebles. 1 and 2. You have 3 stitches left, they get a treble 3 together. 1, 2, 3, and yarn over everything. Turn for row 4. Row 4, you have the wrong side facing, and we start again with the beginning 3 together. Now by this point you'll really know how this stitch works. So it's double crochet a chain 1, and then the treble 2 together. Take them all off. You have 1 grey stitch left. We're going to work 3 trebles in that 1 stitch. So that's 1, 2, 3, and then on this last yarn over we're going to change to purple. So I'm going to just bring the grey yarn in, bring my purple yarn up, and just swap my yarn balls in the process, because otherwise I'm going to just get them all knotted. And there we go. And yarn over for the purple. I'm going to carry the grey yarn with me, so I'm going to place it here in front of my work and then work over it as I go. And the first 2 stitches get a treble 2 together. So I'm going to yarn over. I'm actually just going to see, here's the the yarn that I brought it up. I'm just going to stay in front of that and come to the first stitch, yarn over, take off 2, and then and then come to the second stitch, and now I'm just going to scoop that grey yarn with me and make sure it's nicely covered and take them all off. So it was a treble 2 together. The next 4 stitches get a treble. And take the grey yarn with you. So that's 1. Keeping it here facing you, then because this is the wrong side. So then you'll be covering it and you won't see it from the front. And 4. And if you look at it from the front, you see that you don't see that grey yarn there, which is what you're going for. The next 2 stitches, a treble 2 together, and then we swap colors again. So this is 1, 2, and bring the purple yarn in and the grey yarn up, and we yarn over with the grey. There we go. The next stitch, no, again, just leave the purple yarn dangling here, don't worry about it, we'll pick it back up in the next row. Next stitch, 3 trebles. 1, 2, 3, and you've got 3 stitches left, treble 3 together on those. 1, 2, 3, and take them all off. Turn your work for row 5. Row 5, we start with a beginning 3 together as usual. So it's a double, chain 1, and over the next 2 stitches a 2 together. And take them off. You have 1 stitch left in the grey, 2 trebles in there, and then we change to the purple. So that's 1, 2, and bring that purple yarn up, and we change to the purple. Continue in the purple stitches. We start with a treble 2 together and work over the grey, so place your grey to the back. So that's the first one. 1, 2, and take them off. Just need a bit more yarn here. On the next stitches, next 2 stitches, a treble. There we go. Just had my yarn not quite nice. So that's 1 and 2. You have 2 stitches left here on the purple, a treble 2 together, and then we swap to the grey. So this is 1, 2. Then I push my purple to the side, grab the grey, and complete the stitch. Again, leave your purple yarn to the side as we continue these last stitches in the grey. The next stitch gets 2 trebles. 1, 2, and on the last 3 stitches, a treble 3 together. 1, 2, 3, and take them all off. Turn for the next row. Row 6, again a beginning stitch, but this time we do a beginning treble 2 together. So that means in the first stitch, double crochet and chain 1, and next stitch we make a treble. And these together count as a treble 2 together. In the next stitch work 1 treble, and then we change to the purple yarn. So that's the first parts, and then we're just going to bring the grey down, bring the purple up, and take them off. The first 2 stitches get a treble 2 together. So yarn over, so in this first stitch, and then come to the second, and now I'm just going to take that grey yarn with me. And 2, and take them off. The last 2 stitches, again a treble 2 together, and then we're going to change back to the grey. 1, 2. I'm just going to pop the purple here to the side, bring the grey back up, and yarn over with the grey. 1 treble, the next stitch, and then finish the row with a treble 2 together. 1, 2, and take them all off. Turn again for the next row. Row 7. On the first 2 stitches work a treble 2 together. So this is a double crochet, chain 1, and in the next stitch a treble. And now I'm just going to swap to the purple. So this last yarn over, where is it? Where is the yarn? There it is in the purple. Over the 2 purple stitches work a treble 2 together, and then we change back to the grey. So that's 1, 2, and change back to the grey. The last 2 stitches a treble 2 together in the grey. 1, 2, and take them off. There we go. Turn for the last row. Oh, and you can also cut the purple yarn at this point. Row 8, last row. We're going to work a treble 3 together over the stitches. In the first stitch, it's a double and a chain 1, and then we take them together on the next 2. So here in the purple is a leg, and here at the last stitch, the grey again, a leg, and take them all off. At this point, mark this last stitch that you just made. Mark that stitch. Oh, there we go. See, I've got it around the hook. There. Mark that last stitch, because you're going to need this later on. Let me just remove the hook. That's easier, because it's in the way. And there we go. The entire stitch. So mark that stitch. And now you can cut your yarn. So let me just cut the yarn and fasten off. So cut your yarn and just fasten off this stitch, and that completes this triangle. Now if you look at your work from the front, this is what your work looks like. You've now completed this entire corner here. And everything you've done here, we're going to repeat on the other side also. But we're just going to, just the starting positions are ever so slightly different. I've just got all these yarn tails here to the back. Just sort them out that we can see more easily what we're doing. So, so this we're going to repeat. Start by repeating the base rectangle, and I'll just show you where the first stitch goes, because we're going to count downwards from this pink stitch marker, that corner there. So you're going to work another base triangle, sorry, rectangle, I should say base rectangle. You've got the wrong side of your work facing. Now where to start is on the 14th stitch, and we're going to count from the stitch marker downwards. And this corner stitch counts already, so that is stitch number 1. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Here, this is the 14th stitch where my stitch marker is in, starting from the corner stitch that's been marked. That's stitch number 1. Then count down 14 stitches, and stitch number 14, this is where you're going to start the first stitch for the base rectangle, and then you're going to, with the wrong side facing, work 25 stitches and then all of those rows with the bobbles starting here. So when you've worked the rectangle, it's up over here, and now you're going to work filled triangles 7 and 8 in the corners here, so 7 and 8 down here, so just the same as you did over there. Now where to start those two triangles, let me just zoom in and show you. So filled triangle 6, you're going to start, if you look here, here's the corner stitch, that's marked triangle, the corner stitch, in the second stitch, so just after the corner, so here's the corner, immediately the stitch after there, and then start filled triangle 6 exactly the same way you did before. So there, so this corner stitch itself, going to leave that unworked. For filled triangle 7, you have here the rectangle. I still have all my yarn tails over here. But going to work it here, so you've just, I haven't done that yet, but so you would have worked this triangle here. And now you're going to do it with the same on this side, so filled triangle 7, and then you start here at the top with the wrong side facing, in that edge there, start with the first double and then work 10 along the edge, you know, the corner, and then 10 along this edge, and then fill in this triangle here. So start here and then there at the top of the rectangle. And then the last triangle you need to do is filled triangle 8. So again, then you would have worked these two corners here. If you look at the rectangle, you'll start in the first stitch of those 25 doubles. Start in there with that first double, and then just work, you know, the triangle with the two colors. So so this one is I'm hoping just straightforward, exactly the same as the one you did before. Start here in the first stitch of the rectangle. At the end of section 3, when you've worked away all your yarn tails, well, I've left a few corners, and I've done that on purpose. So the rest, this is what your work looks like at the moment. We're now going to go to section 4, in which we're going to put triangles on this side, and here at the top. So 3 more triangles to do. For filled triangle 9 of section 4, we're going to start in this stitch over here. There's one double crochet stitch open there from section 2, going to join there, and then we're going to fill in a triangle on this side. So that's where we're going to start for filled triangle 9. So row 1 of filled triangle 9, the slip stitch on my hook. And like I said, we're going to start in this first, you still have one unworked stitch there from section 2. I'm going to insert there and attach with a slip stitch. And now in this same stitch, work your first double crochet. There you go. We're now going to come over and along this entire edge, right up to the marked stitch here, and that marked stitch is a the treble 3 together here, this final stitch on this triangle. Over this entire edge, distribute 36 double crochets evenly. And again, this is no right or wrong here. Just ballpark. When you have a row with a double crochet, you do 1 stitch. When you have a row with trebles, you do 2 stitches. And it is kind of just figuring out where you want to place them. And just make sure that number 36 falls here in this last stitch, in the stitch that's marked here. And for the rest, exactly where they are really doesn't matter in the larger scope of things. So I'm just going to come to this first stitch here. Then that is my first double. I'm going to work here number 2. And this is number 3. And I'm going to continue like this and just evenly spread them out. And just see where you put them. Here in the middle you want to put 1 extra, but maybe it doesn't work so well for you. And then make sure that number 36 falls in this last stitch. And then plus, of course, the very first one we made, you will have 37 double crochets in total. And then that's the base to build the rest of the triangle on. And this is the end of row 1. So you see here, there's the last stitch in that marked stitch there. So this is in total 37 double crochets. Now turn your work to have the wrong side facing for row 2 when we start the actual pattern. Row 2, wrong side facing. Going to start with the beginning treble 3 together. So that means in the stitch where you're currently in, make it double crochet and chain 1. Come to the next stitch, yarn over, take off 2, come to the next stitch, yarn over, take off 2. 3 loops, take them all off. The repeat we're going to be doing now until the end of the row. That is chain 1, skip 1 stitch and work a treble in the next. There we go. And this you're going to repeat to the end, and then your last treble should fall in your very last stitch. So chain 1, skip a stitch and work a treble, and repeat this till you're to the end of the row, until you're here, your last treble falls in your last stitch, and then turn your work. Row 3, right side facing again. Going to start in the first stitch with a beginning treble. So in that first stitch there, double crochet and a chain 1. That's your first treble. Now I'm going to work a treble on every stitch and space till we're almost to the end, till you have 3 stitches left. So that means your next one here is in the space. So a treble in there. The next one here is on the stitch, so that gets a treble. And the next is in a space, gets a treble. And on the treble, a treble. I'll continue this. So work a treble on every stitch or space until you're here, until you have 3 stitches left. I'll see you back here when you're roughly give or take here somewhere, and then I'll show you the last few stitches. Almost to the end of the row. I have 2 spaces left, a treble and a treble 3 together. Now in this second last space goes 1 treble. And now you've got in total the 32 trebles that makes up this row. You've got 3 stitches left. On those 3 we're going to work a treble 3 together. So yarn over, on the treble, pick up a loop, take off. In the chain space, you're going to pick up a loop and take off. And then here on the treble 3 together, there, take off 2 loops, 4 loops on your hook, take them all off. There you go. And turn your work for row 4. Row 4, which I've already worked here, this row is a repetition of row 2. So for row 4, repeat row 2. That means you start with a treble 3 together, chain 1, skip a stitch and work a treble, and do that all the way until the edge. And here for this edge stitch, do remember you have that starting stitch there, so just that you don't miss this first stitch here. So make a stitch count, so you're going to have 15 trebles here. That's important, then you know your edge here is going to be straight. So for row 4, repeat row 2. Row 5, you have the right side facing. I'm going to start with the beginning treble, so that means here in the current stitch, work a double followed by a chain 1, so that's your beginning treble. Now I'm going to do a repeat that you're going to do along the edge. Chain 1, and skip this space here, then come to the treble, and on the treble work a popcorn. So that means we're going to do 4 trebles on that stitch. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4. Open up the loop, pick up this first stitch, close the loop, and pull through. Of course, a popcorn you've done before. Chain 1, skip the next space and come to the treble and work a popcorn, a treble on that treble. And that's the repeat. So you're going to repeat this until you're almost to the end. So the next one gets a popcorn and then a treble, then a popcorn, then a treble, popcorn, treble with chain 1s in between. So repeat this, and then I'll see you here when here you're going to work your last treble, then I'll see you for these last few stitches. Now, almost towards the end of row 5, you see I've worked all the popcorns and the trebles in between. The next stitch gets a popcorn again, so that's chain 1. The next treble here gets a popcorn. 1, 2, 3, 4 trebles. Open up the loop, pick up, pull through. Chain 1. We're going to skip the next chain space, and then you have 3 stitches left over which we work a treble 3 together again. So here on the treble we pick up a loop, on the chain space pick up, and here on the treble 3 together from the previous row you also pick up a loop and take them all off. Turn for row 6. Row 6, I'm going to start with a treble 2 together, so that's important. That means here in the first stitch pick up the double and a chain 1, and then in the next chain space a treble, and that's a treble 2 together. What we're now going to do is in all the trebles we're going to work 4 trebles, so that means the popcorns and all the other chain spaces you're going to skip. So come to the next treble, which is this one here, and work 4 trebles in that one stitch. So that's 1, 2, 3, and 4. So 4 trebles in the one stitch. And this you're going to repeat all the way across. So again, in the next treble, so that means the popcorn and everything else you're skipping, come to the next treble, and then here work 4 trebles. 1, 2, 3, 4. So that was twice. Continue this until you're to the other side, and when you've worked here, I'll see you here when you've worked 4 trebles on this last stitch there between the popcorns, and then I'll see you back here for the last stitch. And this is where I am now. I've worked all these groups of 4 trebles. Then skipping the final popcorn, come to the beginning stitch here and work 2 trebles on there. So here in the beginning stitch, I just need to get into that chain space properly there. That's 1, and see if I can grab both loops because that's neater. 2. So skipping the chain 1 that you've got in between there, work 2 trebles here on the beginning stitch of the previous row. Turn your work for row 7. Row 7, I'm going to start with the treble 2 together over these 2 trebles that we just made in the previous row. That means here in the first stitch, double crochet, chain 1, and on the next treble, a treble. We're now going to work a repeat to the end. The repeat is chain 3, 1, 2, 3, and then over the group of 4 trebles, because you have all these groups of 4 trebles, work a treble 4 together. So that means yarn over, come to the first stitch, pick up a loop and take off, yarn over, come to the next stitch, take that off, come to the third stitch and take that off, and then come to the fourth stitch and take that off. So over those 4, you have 5 loops on your hook. Take them all off in one go. Now, that's the repeat that you're going to do on all of these groups, and I'll see you back here. I'll just quickly show you the repeat again. That's chain 3, 1, 2, 3, and then over the next 4 stitches, which is this group of 4 trebles, work a treble 4 together. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 loops on your hook. Take them all off in one go. Repeat this until you've done here this last group, and then I'll see you back. And this is the point where you are at the end of row 7. You have 1 stitch left. That's this beginning treble 2 together from the previous row. That stitch gets a treble, so just immediately work a treble, so no chain space here. So immediately work a treble on that last stitch. Turn your work for row 8. Row 8. What we're going to do here is we're going to work in the chain spaces and the treble 4 together. Now we're just going to do a chain 1 here, and this is just to help you move to the next space, because we're going to skip this first treble 4 together and then come to the chain space, and in this chain space work 2 double crochets. So that's 1, 2. 2 doubles in that first chain space. Now we're going to work repeats. In the treble 4 together, 1 double crochet, and in the chain 3 space 3 doubles. 1, 2, 3. I'm going to do this a few more times. So 1 double, 3, 1, 3, 1, 3, 1, and then the last chain space here again 3 doubles. So on the treble 4 together, 1 double, and in the chain space 3. 1, 2, 3. Repeat this until you're here, and then I'll see you for the last stitch. Almost at the end of row 8, so I've worked all those doubles. I have 1 stitch left here. This is the 2 together stitch from the previous row. Work 1 double on this last stitch. There. 1 double. And at this point, just double check your stitch count. You should have 23 double crochets at this point. So just take a moment to double check your stitch count. Turn for row 9. Row 9 with the right side facing, repeat row 3 and fasten off your yarn at the end of the row. So repeat row 3, so that means beginning treble, then a treble on every stitch, and the last 3 stitches get a treble 3 together, and then fasten off your yarn. So repeat row 3 here for row 9. For row 10, you have the wrong side facing, and attach a new color yarn with a slip stitch in the stitch where we just finished. So in that 3 together stitch, attach with a slip stitch. And from now, the rest of this row is repeat row 2. That's the row here with the chain 1, skip a stitch, and the trebles. There's that row. So at this point, repeat row 2. When you've completed row 10, the repetition of row 2, this is what your work looks like. Turn your work for row 11. Row 11, which I've already worked here, is a repetition of row 5. So with the right side facing, work this row with the popcorns and the trebles in between. And when you've completed row 11, you can also fasten off your yarn. Row 12, new color yarn on my hook. Attach this color in the last stitch of the previous row. There you go, with a slip stitch. And at this point, repeat row 6. So for row 12, repeat row 6. When you've completed row 12 or the row 6 repeat, this is what your work looks like. Turn for the next row. Row 13, which I've already worked here, this top row, this is a repetition of row 7. So repeat row 7, and when you're at the end of this row, also fasten off. Row 14, cut one of the grey shades on my hook again, and attach your yarn in the last stitch from the previous row with a slip stitch. There we go. And at this point, repeat row 8. This is your work at the end of row 14. Just double check that you have 11 double crochets at this point. So here, that's all the doubles there. So you have your stitch count correct for the next rows. 11 double crochets. Row 15. Your rows are getting shorter and shorter. This is a repetition of row 3. So that means trebles on every stitch, and the last 3 stitches are a treble 3 together. So repeat row 3 for row 15, and then also fasten off your yarn. Row 16, attach a new color yarn in the stitch where we finished the previous row with a slip stitch. Let me just do that one again. There we go. So attach there with a slip stitch, and now repeat row 2. And at the end of the row your work looks like this. Turn for the next row. Row 17. This row we're going to start with a beginning treble. That means in the stitch we're currently in, work a treble, so it's actually a double crochet and then a chain 1. That's your beginning treble. Now chain 1, and I'm going to skip the chain space, come to the treble here and work a popcorn. So that means 4 doubles, 4 trebles, 2, 3, 4 trebles in that one stitch. Open up, pick up the loop again and close. Chain 1, and after the chain 1 I'm going to finish this row with a treble 3 together over the last 3 stitches. So I'm going to skip the chain space, go to the treble, the chain space and the treble 3 together, and then take them all off in one go. At this point you can cut your yarn and fasten off. Row 18, your work is getting rather small here at the tip. Attach in the stitch where we just finished with a new color. There we go. I'm going to start with a beginning treble 2 together. So that means in the stitch where we're currently in, work a double and a chain 1. And then in the chain space here before the popcorn, a treble. There we go. Skipping the popcorn, come here to the last stitch, which is a treble, a beginning treble even, to be more specific. In that beginning treble, in that space, in the chain, work 2 trebles, 1 2. Turn your work for the last row. Row 19. Over the 3 stitches we have here, going to work a beginning treble 3 together. That means in this first stitch a double and a chain 1, and come to the second stitch, take off 2 loops and come to the third stitch, which is the 2 together stitch, and that one didn't go right. There we go. And take off all loops in one go. That's it. You can fasten off and then work away all these yarn tails. When you've completed fill triangle 9, this is what your work looks like. So this is a triangle we just made. We're now in essence going to do the same on the other side. So we're now going to work triangle here, and it's very, very similar, but just the edges are flipped, because this edge of course needs to be straight. So fill triangle 10 we're going to make on this side, on the opposite side. Row 1 of fill triangle 10. Slightly zoomed out, I've done that on purpose. This is that straight edge, and here is fill triangle 8, and there's the last stitch worked. To attach your yarn in that last stitch of fill triangle 8, that's a treble 3 together. Attach there with a slip stitch, and that's actually a stitch that I've marked. So that's easier for me to find, so that very last stitch there. Now we're going to work 37 double crochets along the edge, and the last one here falls in the last unworked stitch. So this is very similar to the other side. We also had 37 doubles. So here very similar. Just zoom in a little bit further that you can actually see what I'm going to do. So the first stitch, again a beginning double, so in the stitch where I'm currently in, work a double, and I'm evenly distributing these 37 stitches. And like I said, it's not right or wrong which stitch you put where. I just really play this by ear or by eye kind of thing. So now I have 3 doubles and evenly distribute 37 of them, and the very last one, number 37, falls here in this last stitch. You still have one corner stitch unworked here. There, just poke my hook in there, that stitch. Number 37 falls in there. So evenly distribute 37 double crochets. And this is the first row, 37 doubles. So take your time on this, get them nicely evenly distributed, and then turn for row 2. Row 2, you have the wrong side facing. I'm going to start with a beginning treble. That means in the stitch where you're currently in, a double crochet and a chain 1. We're now going to do a repeat almost to the end. The repeat is chain 1, skipping 1 stitch, and work a treble. You repeat this until you have 4 stitches left. 2. On this you continue, and then I'll see you when you've got at the end here, when you have 4 stitches left. So I've done the repeat 3 times. Continue along this edge, and then I'll see you back, give or take, here. Almost to the end, 4 stitches left. That means chain 1, I'm going to skip the next stitch, and on the last 3 stitches work a treble 3 together. So skipping this stitch and then a treble 3 together. 2 and 3, and take them all off. There we go. Turn for row 3. Row 3, you have the right side facing. We're starting with a beginning treble 3 together. Means in the stitch where we're currently in, work a double, followed by a chain 1. In the next space, pick up a leg, and in the treble stitch, pick up a leg, and take them all off. There we go. And now we work a stitch on every stitch or space, and we're going to work a treble. So in the next up is the space. This gets a treble, and there we go, and the treble gets a treble. You're going to work, I believe, 32 trebles, and do just take a moment to count them, that you have 32. So continue, work a treble on every stitch all the way to the end. And here also be sure to remember this is a space and a treble, to also work one on that starting treble there. So count your stitches. You should have 32 trebles at the end of this row, and turn your work for the next row. Row 4 I've already worked here. Row 4 is a repetition of row 2. So go back to row 2 and do exactly the same for row 4. Row 5, I'm going to start with the beginning treble 3 together. So that means this first stitch, work a double and a chain 1. Now we're going to just do the next 2 legs. So this is exactly the same as before. And on the treble. And take them all off. There we go. We're now going to do start a repeat that you're going to repeat exactly to the end. That is chain 1, come to the next treble and work a popcorn on there. So that means in this treble we start with 4 trebles, 2, 3, 4 trebles, open up the loop and come back to the first one and close that loop. Chain 1, come to the next treble and work a treble. This is the repeat, so starting from that chain 1 until the treble, you're going to repeat all the way to the end, and then your last treble should fall here in the very last treble. So this little unit, so that means now a chain 1, a popcorn, chain 1, a treble, chain 1, popcorn, chain 1, treble. So keep alternating popcorns and trebles with chain 1s in between until you're at the end of the row where your last treble should fall. Row 6, wrong side facing. I'm going to start with a beginning treble here in the first stitch. So in that first stitch, a double crochet and a chain 1. In the same stitch, work another treble. So that means there are now 2 trebles in that first stitch. We're going to skip the popcorn and come to the next treble and work 4 trebles in there. We're going to do that on all the trebles. So every treble gets 4 trebles. That's 1, 2, 3, and 4. Continue and work 4 trebles on every one of these trebles, so skipping the popcorns in between. And then I'll see you here, where is it? When you've worked there, when you've worked that last treble with 4 trebles, I'll just see you back for the last 2 stitches. Just at the end of row 6, worked all the 4 trebles. At this point you have a popcorn left, chain space and a 3 together stitch. I'm going to work a treble 2 together over the chain space and the last stitch. So yarn over, come to the chain space and pick up a leg, yarn over and come to the 3 together stitch and pick up a leg and then take them all off. There we go. Turn for row 7. Row 7. You start with the beginning treble, so in the stitch where you're currently in, work a double followed by a chain 1. Now I'm going to do a repeat. That's a treble 4 together over these 4 trebles and a chain 3. So go to yarn over, then come to the first treble, yarn over and come to the second, third, and the fourth. There you go. 5 loops on your hook, take them all off in one go. Chain 3, 1, 2, 3. And repeat, so that means over the next 4 stitches a treble 4 together, chain 3, then again and again and again. So all of these groups get treble 4 together. I'll see you back when you've worked your last treble 4 together on this last group. I'm almost at the end. Just worked a treble 4 together, another chain 3, 1, 2, 3, and then on these last 2 stitches work a treble 2 together. Yarn over, and that's one leg, yarn over, and this is then of course on a beginning treble, so I need the chain space there. Two, and take them all off. There we go. That's the entire row. Turn for row 8, I believe. Row 8, I'm going to start by working a double crochet in the first stitch. So that's in here. That's one double. And now we're going to work a little repeat. It's 3 doubles in the chain space and 1 here on the 4 together stitch. So this is 3, so that's 1, 2, 3, and then 1 on the 4 together stitch. And this you're going to repeat until you're to the last 4 together stitch, before basically the last chain space. So 1, 2, 3, and then the next one, 1. So it's 3, 1, 3, 1. Continue this and I'll see you back here after you've done that 1. That's where I'll see you back. So now I have 1 chain 3 space left. You see I've just worked a double crochet on that last, on this 4 together stitch. In that chain space, 2 doubles. 1, 2, and that's it. Turn for row 9. For row 9, which I've already worked here, repeat row 3. There's a treble 3 together and then work 20 trebles. At the end of this row you can also fasten off. Row 10, new color yarn on my hook, and we're going to start in the stitch where we finished. So in the last treble of the previous row, attach there with a slip stitch. There we go. And at this point repeat row 2. When you've repeated row 2, this is what your work looks like. Turn for row 11. Row 11, which I've got here, is a repetition of row 5. So for row 11, repeat row 5, and at the end of this row you can also fasten off. Row 12, new color yarn, my hook, and attach in the last stitch where we finished off with a slip stitch. There we go. And now of course you're going to repeat again, you're going to repeat row 6. And this is what row 12 looks like after you've repeated row 6. Turn for the next row. Row 13, which you see here, is a repetition of row 7. So it's already worked here. Repeat row 7 and then fasten off. Row 14, got color B on my hook, and attach in the stitch where we finished with a slip stitch. So that's a 2 together stitch. And then attach with a slip stitch. And now repeat row 8. When you've completed row 14, you will have 11 double crochets. So there are 2 doubles in that last chain space. Turn for row 15. Row 15, you see it worked already. Row 15 is a repetition of row 3. So treble 3 together, and then a few trebles, just a handful, 8 in total. So 8 trebles and a treble 3 together. At the end of this row you can fasten off. Row 16, new color yarn on my hook, and attach in the stitch where we finished with a slip stitch. There we go. And now repeat row 2. And just a few stitches, but this here is when you've repeated row 2. So turn for row 17. Row 17, start with the beginning treble 3 together. So in the first stitch here, double, there I couldn't get all the yarn, double, chain 1, in the chain space we pick up a leg, and on the treble we pick up a leg, and take them all off. Chain 1, and then here in the next treble, that's the center one, work a popcorn in that stitch. That means we work 4 trebles on there to start with. So that's 1, 2, 2, 3, and the last one here, 4. Open up that stitch and close. Chain 1, and now on the last treble, which is here the beginning treble, so that means you actually need the chain there, work a treble. You can fasten off, cut and fasten off your yarn. Row 18, attach a new color yarn in the stitch where we finished, so this treble, attach there with a slip stitch. I'm going to start with the beginning treble, so in the same stitch, double and chain 1, and again in the same stitch work another treble. So 2 trebles on that first stitch. Then just skip the popcorn and the chain space, and then on this side of the popcorn work a 2 together stitch, a treble 2 together. So yarn over. So in the chain space we pick up a leg, and in the 3 together stitch we pick up a leg. 3 loops on your hook, take them all off. Turn for the last row. Row 19, only 1 stitch to do, a beginning treble 3 together. So that means in the stitch where you're currently in, a double followed by chain 1, and then in the next stitch, which is the treble here, pick up a leg, and on the beginning treble also pick up a leg, and that is that chain space there, which can be a little hard to get into, so I'm just going to do it like that and take them all off. That's it. You can fasten off, cut your yarn and fasten off, and if you want to mark your corner, you could pop a stitch marker there in the corner, but you don't have to, this is optional. So cut your yarn, fasten off. When you've completed triangle 10, this is what your work looks like. So you've now got this triangle and this one here, and they're very similar, they really mirror each other. And now we need to do one more triangle, which is at the top here. So here, if you look here, we're going to fill in this triangle. Again, very much similar patterns to what you've already done on 9 and 10. So now we're going to fill in triangle 11. To start triangle 11, we're again going to work a row of double crochets, and I'd just like to show you where to start. You're going to start here in this triangle 8, so this triangle here, in the marked stitch there, the one that I've marked there. I'm going to start in that stitch there and then work across this edge, working our double crochet. So starting in that corner, I'm going to zoom in and attach there, and then we start again. So here's the marked stitch, that corner stitch there. I'm going to attach my yarn here. Oh, I still need a slip knot on my hook. I forgot. There we go. And attach there in that marked stitch. I'm going to push the marker to the side. There we go. So attach there with a slip stitch in that marked stitch. Now I'm going to work 73 double crochets across, starting in the stitch where I am right now, all the way across here, all the way across. There's that marked stitch, all the way across to the other corner. Here again, a marked stitch. So all the way over 73 double crochets, and again there's no exact science here on where to put a stitch and where not to put a stitch. So here in the first stitch I'll place the double, and then I'm just going to place the second one here in the gap, and it is roughly, you know, a double crochet on a row that has a double, 2 doubles on a row that has a treble, and it is a little bit just figuring this out as you go and thinking, you know, what looks nice and what does not look nice, and keep on counting, because I've now done a few. So continue like this, 73 in total. And what's important is right here in the center, I've got a marked stitch there. There you want double crochet number 37 to fall. So start counting here for that one. Continue to count until here is number 37 in this marked stitch here, 37, and then you make a whole lot more, and number 73 falls in the last marked stitch on this side. So again, this is the two together, 3 together, I forgot, but the top of this triangle, that stitch, number 73. So quite a few doubles you need to do, 73 in total. In the middle is 37, and at the end is 73. And just space this out evenly and keep on counting, and if it's not right, just pull back a little bit and add 1 or 2 more, or take a few out if you have too many. So at the end of this row, 73 doubles. And this is your work at the end of this first row. So you can see all of these double crochets there along the edge. Now turn your work for row 2. Row 2, you have the wrong side facing, and we start with the beginning treble 3 together. So in the stitch you're currently in, double with a chain 1, and then over the next 2 stitches, going through both loops, we pick up 2 legs and take all these loops off. And there we go. The beginning treble 3 together. Now we do a little repeat until we have 4 stitches left. That is chain 1, skip 1 stitch, and then come to the next and work a treble. This is very similar to what we've done before. So chain 1, skip a stitch, and work a treble. This you've done before. Now continue this until you have 4 stitches left along this edge. Now I've done the repeat 3 times here. This edge is quite long, so you're going to be doing quite a few repeats, and then I'll see you back here when you have 4 stitches left. I'm almost to the other side. You see I've got this entire stretch of all these stitches here. I've got 4 stitches left. Last few stitches, chain 1, I'm going to skip 1 stitch, and then on the last 3 stitches work a treble 3 together. So it's yarn over, skipping that stitch, go to the next one, and the next is the second leg, here in the last stitch. That's the very first double we made. And take them all off. Turn for row 3. Row 3, start again with a treble 3 together, so in the stitch where we're currently in, work a double with the chain 1, and then over the space and the treble the next 2 legs. So over the space you pick up a leg and then the treble, and take off all your loops. For the rest of the row we're going to work a treble on every stitch or space, all of these stitches, until you have 3 stitches left. So that means this space gets a treble, next stitch gets a treble, so continue until you have 3 stitches left. Just a treble every stitch. It will bring you almost to the other side, and then I'll see you back. Almost to the end of the row. I've worked all the trebles, and at this point you have 3 stitches left. That is a treble, a chain space, and a treble 3 together. Then over those 3 work a treble 3 together. Just yarn over, in the treble pick up a loop, in the chain space, and on the treble 3 together itself. There you go. And take off all loops in one go. There you go. Turn your work for row 4. Row 4, you already see completed here, is a repetition of row 2. So repeat row 2, that means start with a treble 3 together, chain 1, skip a stitch and a treble all the way to the end, where you again finish with a treble 3 together. So repeat row 2. Row 5, start again with the treble 3 together. So here in the first stitch, as the beginning stitch, is of course a double and a chain 1, the chain space, pick up a leg, and on the treble, and take off all 3 loops. There you go. This you've done before. The repeat that we're going to do, chain 1, then going to skip the chain spaces, and on the next treble work a popcorn. So that means 4 trebles on this one stitch. That's 1, 2, 3, 4. Open up the loop, come back to this first treble, there, pick up the loop and pull through. Chain 1, come to the next treble and work a treble. There you go. This is similar to a triangle we've done down here. We also had popcorn, so we're going to do this again. So, and repeat this until you're almost to the other side, until you have 2 trebles left. So chain 1, next one gets a popcorn, chain 1 and a treble, popcorn, treble, popcorn, treble, with chain 1s in between. And I'll see you at the end when you have 2 trebles left. Almost to the other side, I have 2 trebles left, and here's the treble 3 together stitch, and I've just worked a treble there. I'm going to work these last 2 stitches of row 5, so that is chain 1. I'm going to skip the space, come to the treble and work a popcorn. So that's 5 trebles. 1, 2, 3, 4 trebles, which we open up to come back to the first stitch, pull through, chain 1, skipping the next space. Over the last 3 stitches work a treble 3 together. So that's a leg on the treble, 1 on the chain space, and the last one here on the 3 together. And take them all off in one go. Turn for row 6. Row 6. Start with a beginning treble 2 together. So that means in the current stitch, you pick up a double with the chain 1, and then here in the chain space before the popcorn, another treble. There we go. For this row, on every treble, work 4 trebles. And we're going to skip the popcorns in between. That means here's the treble, 4 trebles on there. So that's 1, 2, 3, and 4. There we go. Now come to the next treble. I work 4 trebles on there, and the next and the next. So every treble, 4 trebles until you're to the other side. I'll see you back when you've worked your last group of 4 trebles and skipping all the popcorns in between. Almost to the end of the row, so I've worked 4 trebles on every treble. I'm going to skip the popcorn, and then from the chain space and the 3 together stitch, work a treble 2 together. So yarn over, so here in the chain space after the popcorn, pick up a leg, and on the 3 together stitch, work the second leg. There we go. 3 loops on your hook, take them all off. There we go. Turn for row 7. Row 7, start with a beginning treble in the stitch where you're currently in. So in there, work a double and a chain 1. That's your treble. We're now going to work the repeat. A treble 4 together, over the 4 trebles, chain 3. So yarn over, so here in the first stitch, that's 1, 2, 3, 4. All of these loops go off in one go. There we go. That was a treble 4 together. Chain 3. 1, 2, 3. And now we repeat this again. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and take them all off. And chain 3. We'll repeat this until you're to the other side, and I'll see you back when you have one of these groups left. Almost to the other side. I've got one more group left here of 4 trebles, and I've got the treble 2 together there at the end. I've just worked a treble 4 together here. Chain 3, this is actually still part of the repeat that I still need to do. And now on the last 4 stitches, a treble 4 together. So not the last 4 stitches, but this last group of 4 trebles. 2, 3, 4, and take them all off in one go. On the very last stitch, here, work a treble. There. 1 turn for the next row. Row 8, you have the wrong side facing. I'm just going to do a chain 1. This is just to help you. Now come to the chain space, the chain 3 space, and make 2 double crochets in this space. 1, 2. We're now going to come to the other spaces and work 3 double crochets in there, and in all the 4 together stitches we work 1 double crochet. That means in the next 4 together stitch 1 double, and then in the chain space 3 doubles. 1, 2, 3. This we repeat till we're to the other side. So double crochet 1 in the 4 together stitch and 3 in the chain space. So repeat until you're at the last chain space, then I'll see you back. Almost to the end. I have one more 4 together group and 1 chain space left. This 4 together group gets 1 double crochet, and this last chain space gets only 2 doubles. 1, 2 doubles. And this last group here, leave that unworked. Turn your work for row 9. Row 9, repeat row 3. So treble 3 together at either ends and trebles in between. At the end of row 9 you can also cut your yarn and fasten off. Row 10, new color yarn on my hook. We join with a slip stitch in the stitch where we finished. You have the wrong side facing, by the way. So join with the slip stitch in the stitch where we finished, the first stitch if you turn around, of course, and at this point repeat row 2. When you've completed the repeat, so repeating row 2, this is what your work looks like. Treble 3 together either side, trebles and chain 1s in between. Turn for row 11. Row 11, I've already worked here. Row 11 is a repetition of row 5. That's the row where you made the popcorns and the trebles. So repeat row 5. Row 12, new color yarn on my hook. I'm going to join in the stitch where we finished off row 11 after cutting your yarn. In that last stitch, join with a slip stitch, and at this point for the rest of row 12 repeat row 6. And here you see row 12 completed. Turn your work for row 13. Row 13, which I've already worked here, is a repetition of row 7. So repeat row 7, so all these treble 4 togethers and the chain spaces, and fasten off at the end of the row. Row 14, you have the wrong side facing, and attach your yarn with a slip stitch in the last chain space worked. And at this point repeat row 8. So that's going to be all the double crochets in the chain spaces and on the 4 together stitches. When you've completed this row, you have 21 double crochets. 21 doubles at the end of row 14. So just take a moment to count your stitches and then turn. Row 15 is repeat row 3. So treble 3 together either side and trebles in between. Fasten off at the end of row 15. Repeat row 3. Row 16, join new color yarn in the stitch where you finished. So let me just find the 3 together stitch, join there with a slip stitch. At this point repeat row 2. When you've completed row 16, the row 2 repeat. This is what your work looks like. Turn for row 17. Row 17, we're almost there. On the first 3 stitches, a beginning treble 3 together. So here in the stitch we're currently in, double crochet followed by a chain 1, and then a leg in the chain space and 1 in the treble. There we go. And take them all off. Chain 1, then in the next treble we work a popcorn. So we're going to work 4 trebles to start with, of course. 1, 2, 3, 4, and then we go back to the first stitch and pull closed. Chain 1, on the next treble a treble, chain 1, and then a popcorn again. So that means 4 trebles on the next stitch. 1, 2, 3, 4. Come back to the first stitch. There we go. Chain 1. Going to skip this chain space, and then on the last 3 stitches work a treble 3 together. So here on the treble, 1 leg on the chain space and 1 on the last stitch. And there we go. And take them all off. At this point you can cut your yarn and fasten off and turn. Row 18, new color yarn, and fasten on in the stitch where we finished. So attach there with a slip stitch. There we go. A beginning treble 2 together. So that means in the current stitch, double crochet. Come on, there we go. And a chain 1. And then we complete it in the chain space. Here in the chain space, work a treble. Now to skip the popcorn, then come to the treble here that's in the middle, 4 trebles on there. 1, 2, 3, and 4 trebles. Now I'm going to skip the next popcorn, and then in the chain space and on the last stitch again a 2 together, a treble 2 together. So yarn over in the chain space, pick up a loop and the 3 together stitch, I should say. There we go. And take them all off. And then turn for your last row. Row 19, last row, going to work a treble 6 together. Now, in the first stitch we're in, work the double with the chain 1. Then over the next 5 stitches we're going to pull up a loop. So in the first stitch, 1, 2, 3, 4, and here the last one on the 2 together stitch. All these loops, take them off in one go. There you go. At this point you can cut your yarn and fasten off. When you've worked away all your yarn tails, this is what your panel looks like at this point. You've got this triangle. Actually, we've of course been working on it in this way, but it'll end up the other way on your blanket. But this is what your work looks like at the moment. So you've made this panel, but you need to make 2 more, almost 2 more. You need to make a left-hand side and a right-hand side panel. So I have them here. So this is the panel you just made, and then you're going to make another one where you just omit one side triangle. So you can see here, so this is the center rectangle, and then you've got 2 of the 3 filled triangles on this panel. So it's the same as this square, but not with this one here. And do exactly the same, but then omitting the other filled triangle. So if you see here, this is the same, but this filled triangle is missing. And this is the 2 edges of the blanket. So this is one edge of the blanket. So it'll be this panel, and then will come the center panel, and then will come, if I have it on the other side, this panel here. So then this is the other edge. So everything you've just done, you basically need to do 2 more times. So this center panel, repeat it 2 more times, once omitting the, well, for me at this point it's the right hand side triangle, and then make a second panel and omit the left hand side triangle. And then you'll have the center panel and a corner pan, an edge panel, and it's the other wrong way around, and a second edge panel. The only difference is the color placement. You've got slightly different colors on these panels than on these ones, so do double check which colors you use where. But for the rest, everything you've just done, do basically 2 more times, and then I'll see you back for joining these panels and joining it to part 1. We're now going to start joining our 3, you can call them triangles. I know I'm missing a corner here, but these 3 triangles to one another, and then we're going to join the entire panel to that we made from part 1 to make a completed panel. Now we're going to start in this corner here. So this is the edge of the blanket. I'm going to start on that corner, and then we're going to work our way up here. And then we're going to work down along this edge, and then I have the center triangle here. So they're going to meet here, and then we're going to work up, and we work down again, and then comes the 3rd panel, this one, and then they're going to meet here, and then we're going to work up again and down again until this corner, and then we're going to come down, and then we're going to work along the entire bottom edge. And when we work along the bottom edge, we're also going to join it to part 1. But one thing at a time, because this is a lot of work and takes quite some coordination. So I'm going to start on this panel here, and in this corner. So I'm going to zoom in, and when you see that I'll be on this corner here to attach yarn A. I have yarn A here on my hook, and if you look at your work, you see here's a filled triangle, and then you start there, row 1 of section 4. This row 1, you're going to start in that row 1. So I'm just going to slightly turn my work so it's easier for me to get into that stitch. So here's row 1, so just along the side of row 1, I'm just going to insert my hook and attach there with the slip stitch. Actually, that's not even row 1, that's row 2. So you see, it's really important to see exactly where you're at. So it's 1. See, I wasn't there, that's row 2. here. This is row 1. It's that row of double crochets. There we go. So just a little bit lower. That's row 1. There. Now in this stitch work 3 doubles. 1, 2, 3. And the second of these 3, I'm just going to mark, just place a marker in there. And that has to do with finding this corner, because this is in essence a corner, with finding it later. So that's why I placed the marker in there. Now what you're going to do now is along this edge, so from where you're now, work forward up to, here you have the treble 6 together. So up to, but not including the treble 6 together, so along this edge. So not this treble 6 together, because that's the corner stitch, but just before there, work 48 double crochets. 48, evenly across. Now you've done this before, so take your time on this and estimate where you want to put them. So 48 doubles. So here along the side of the stitches. Example, so this here is for example number 1. I'm going to place number 2 here, and then 3. And I have found that sometimes, you know, I'm at the end and then I don't have this number of stitches I need, but I've got more stitches or less stitches, and then I pull it out and I do it again. Or sometimes I just pull like 15 stitches back and then say, oh, I don't need 15 but 16, so then I distribute them just slightly different. So it is a bit of just feeling where you go with these stitches. So now I've worked a few. I'm going to be sure that I work 48, so not including the 3 we already made, 48 stitches along this edge. And then I'll see you back here when you've got the corner stitch left. I'll see you back there, because there you're going to work number 48. Then I'll see you back. I'm now at the top. I've worked 48 double crochets, and I had to do this 3 times to get them all nicely spaced out, so don't feel stressed if it doesn't work in one go. When you're at the top, you should have 1 stitch left. That's the 6 together stitch. In that stitch work 3 doubles. 1, 2, 3. And I'm just again going to place a marker in that second stitch, because this is a corner. I'm not sure if I actually need this marker, but I'm just doing it for my own sanity. So that's the corner. And my apologies. We're now going to come down and work 100 double crochets right until the corner here. So here's again, this is again a 3 together stitch, if I recall. Not the corner stitch itself, but up to there, 100 double crochets along this edge, so this entire edge. I'll just zoom out and give you a tip on how to evenly distribute your double crochets. So this is where you are now. You've just worked those 3 doubles there, and along this entire edge you need to work 100 double crochets. Now to get them evenly spaced, because this is a long stretch, I'm just going to put stitch markers to break it for me into quarters. So I'm just going to take this tip and just fold it back, and then roughly here in the middle, which is roughly give or take here, I'm just going to place a marker there. Okay, so this is the halfway point. Then I'm going to fold this one half, and here, oh, I just knocked the camera, and then here place a marker there. And then I do the same on this side. You just fold it over, and it doesn't have to be like exact, it's just like more or less here. Again, place a marker. So now I've got another marker here. Oh. So now what I have is I've brought this down into sections. So what I'm now going to do is I'm going to distribute 25 doubles here 25, 25, 25. That just makes it easier to have them evenly distributed, because otherwise what's going to happen is you're going to come down along this edge, and by the time you're here, you for example only had 75, and then you need another 25. Now you're not going to get those squished into here. So to make it a little easier, so I've just folded it in half, folded it in half. So these are quarters, so 25 doubles on each of these sections. And like I said, if it's a millimeter to the left or to the right, really isn't a problem. So 100 double crochets, and then I'll see you back here, because then we're going to join this motif to the next one. Alright, I'm now at the bottom. This was quite some work, so I've now got these 100 double crochets here. I'm going to zoom in again, and then I'll just move everything a bit to the side. We're going to join this panel to the center panel. I'm going to do that here in the corner. So there we're going to be joining them. So I'll just zoom in and show you how to do that. So I'm here below. See, there's the 3 together stitch left there, that stitch, and on this side you have the same, you have the edge there. I'm going to work a double crochet 2 together through this last stitch and the first stitch here, so between those 2 stitches, and then you kind of pinch the 2 together. So insert here, draw up a loop, and come to the next one here along the side. Then I'm just going to insert my hook there, draw up a loop, and I'm just going to hold them together to really make sure that I have them connected, and then take off. There you go. Now you've got that reasonably connected. It's still a bit wobbly and wonky. I mean, it's just the one position, but when we add the panel here to the bottom, that'll be better. And now we're going to come up again and work 100 doubles. I'll just zoom out again. So this is the point where we're at now. We've just worked this stitch here in the center, and now if I just move everything up a little bit, we're now going to work 100 doubles again along this edge right up to the corner there. And I'm going to do exactly the same. I'm going to half it, put a marker, and then on the quarters as well, so halfway point and on the quarters, going to put a stitch marker and work 100 double crochets along this edge until you're to that point there, the top point. So exactly the same fashion as you did on this first edge, do that on this second edge, and then I'll see you, and then here at the corner point I'll just see you back there, but as such from there on it is a repeat. And there we go. I've just worked those 100 double crochets, and now I'm here at the top again. And now you're going to repeat everything we just did a second time. So starting here at this corner where we worked 3 doubles, you're going to work 3 doubles there in the corner, and then come down along the edge, work 100 double crochets, so just like this edge, and then you're going to be joining it to the next motif. So 3 doubles in the corner, 100 down here along the edge, and let me just find the other motif, which is over here, and then here on that join again, the double 2 together, and then work up along this edge 100 double crochets, and then you'll be at that point, and that's where I'll see you back again. And now I'm at this point. It was quite some work to do this repeat again, so I've got these floppy panels now, so I do keep them kind of straight, but we're at this point now, and I'll just zoom in to get you started. Here in the top corner we work again 3 doubles, just like you've done on the other 2 pointy corners. So 3 doubles in this 6 together stitch, and like I said, I'm not sure if it's needed, but I'm just going to mark the corner stitch. There you go. And now come down along this edge again and work 48 doubles along this edge, and then you'll be here at the point, and this is the opposite end of where we started. So on that point, that's where you'll be for 48 double crochets, and then I'll see you back here. I'm currently here at this point, so I've just worked these 48 doubles. I'm just going to rotate my work. At this point here, along the side of row 1, so here's the fill triangle there. Just there at the tip, going to work 3 doubles. 1, 2, 3, and I'm again just going to mark the corner stitch, the second of the 3. Not sure if we need it, but then I've marked it. And now along this edge here, work 38 double crochets, and here you've got 1 corner stitch left here. This stitch you leave unworked. We're going to do that in a moment. So along this edge, work 38 doubles, and then I'll see you back for when we join with part 1. When you've worked the 38 double crochets here, and you'll still have this corner stitch unworked, this is the point where you're at right now. We're going to be joining these triangular panels to our work from part 1, but before we do that, we're going to place a few stitch markers. So I've just placed a marker here in my working stitch. This one doesn't count. But here we start. I'll just show you where to place 10 stitch markers. The first one is here exactly in the first round where we started this entire motif. So this is 1. Number 2 here is on the point. You see here this fill triangle here, on kind of on the border between this triangle and the rectangle. So there's number 2. Number 3 is exactly here. If I just fold this flat, exactly here between 2 large triangles. That's number 3. 4 is again on the border between the rectangle and this triangle. So that's 4. And then the rest kind of are mirror that. They're all in the same position. So this here is 5, exactly in the center. 6 here again. 7, where these 2 triangles meet. That's 7. 8 here on the edge. 9 exactly here in the center. And then number 10 you see is basically here in the corner, but not so here in the corner stitch. That's number 10. So place these 10 stitch markers. They're going to help you to evenly distribute your double crochets when you attach this piece of fabric to the fabric from part 1. We're now going to work these triangular panels. We're going to connect them to part 1. And here I have my work from part 1. And what's important here, this is the last rectangle, or square I should say. This is square number 10. And here, because I have it marked, my very first square, I put a stitch marker in there. So I know this is square number 1. This will be on the other side. I'm going to start here with square number 10. And I'm going to turn it all around, of course, but now we're going to be working from here, this border. This is what we're going to be doing. And you can already see what the idea is. You can see how this this stitch marker kind of falls here on the edge. That's exactly the goal. So these stitch markers, they will line up with the edges of the squares. You see, and that's how you're going to evenly distribute these squares. So that's what we're going to be doing. I'm just going to be turning everything around, and then I'll start here and crochet this edge. So I'm going to start in this corner and attach to part 1, and this is then square 10 from part 1. So let me just zoom in a little bit so you can see much better what I'm doing. Now, there's still one unworked stitch there. I'm going to start there with 2 doubles. So in that stitch, that very last stitch, there, work 1 and 2 doubles. Now we're going to come, I'm just going to open up this loop already. Now we're going to come to the adjacent square. So this is square from part 1, square 10, and find the corner stitch and pull the loop through that stitch. Now, if you just look at the square, I'm just going to rotate it. You see here the 3 stitches in the corner. See, those are the 3 stitches in the corner. You need the center one. There. I'm just going to insert my hook in there. And I rotate it back. So I've inserted my hook from top to bottom into that stitch. Then grab the loop, just pull it tight, and pull this loop through that stitch. So this is the join that we've done before when we were joining the squares from part 1. Now we're ready to do the rest of the join. Now what we're going to do is we're going to work 36 double crochets here along the edge, and you're going to evenly space those double crochets, and pull the loop through the 36 stitches that are on the edge there, and the very last one, number 36, should fall here in the last stitch before on the join. That's the idea, and then that should also be the one that falls here in the marked stitch. So these two line up there. That's number 36 over there, and then we've got 35 here in between. Now I'll just get you started, and again this is evenly distributed, there's no right or wrong here. So I'm just going to take the first one, so work 1 double, open up the loop, now come to the next stitch that's along the edge here, and that's that stitch. Insert your hook from top to bottom, pick up the loop, pull that loop tight, and then pull the loop through the stitch. So that was the first one. I'm going to do a second one here in the opening. So I'm going to do number 2 in there. Open this up. Now come to the next stitch. There. Again, top to bottom. Pick up the loop. Pull that loop tight and pull your working yarn through. And I'm going to do the next one here. And like I say, you're going to work 1 stitch for every stitch that's here on the square. And try to evenly distribute these stitches that they nicely line up with the stitch that's on the square. So you see I've made a few here. See, I've done a few there. So you need to do a few more, quite a few more, along this edge. And then I'll see you back here, just to show you this join. But in essence, it's the same. But this is the idea. Here they should line up. I'll see you back when I'm roughly here. Then I would have done 34, 35 stitches. So work 1 on every stitch. And this is very forgiving. If you don't have the right stitch count on part 1, it's very forgiving because you just work 1 for every stitch that you have on part 1. Work a double crochet, and then I'll see you back roughly here. I've made some progress. It doesn't go incredibly fast, but I've worked all of these stitches here, and I'm almost to the stitch that I marked, the one there in the center, and it lines up with the border. Now I'm just going to make 2 more. My next stitch here is going to work in there, and this is, oh, I just split my yarn. This is just a little bit working this by feel, and then come to the next stitch there, top to bottom, pick up the loop again, pull the loop tight and pull through. Now my next stitch here, I'm going to work in the position that I marked. So in there, open that up, work a double crochet, and then this last stitch here is the last one here before the border. So I'm going to just, or the border, the join there. That's the last stitch. That's number, if everything went right, number 36, but if you've got more or less stitches, work accordingly. For crochet really is very forgiving in that sense. And there we go. Now we're going to do exactly what we just did, do again for the next section. And now you're going to work on the next section, I'll just zoom out a little bit so you can see what I'm doing, what I mean. The next section here is up to the stitch marker here. 37 double crochets, exactly the same way. 37, and then number 37 will fall in the join, in the last stitch here before the join, and then you can remove this marker. And this way you're going to work from marker to marker until you're at the end. And like I said, there's quite a few stitches, and really do take your time on this. So your next stitch will be here somewhere, and then you take the first stitch after the join there and work this entire join. So you're going to do this right up to the end, and that's also the point where I'll see you back. So keep on working this. Evenly distribute your double crochets, 37 between markers, and then I'll see you at the end when you've worked your last stitch. Then I'll see you back for this edge. I'm almost to the end of the edge. This was a lot of work, but I've got a few stitches left. The next, actually I just need to do one more stitch. The next stitch here on the side of part 1 is a corner stitch. So that's the center stitch of the 3 that was in the corner, so I've still got that stitch left. And I'm just going to do a last corner stitch and pull through. So here, I'm just going to work the last stitch. Oh dear. There. And sometimes it can be difficult to get your hook exactly where you want it. There. Open up this loop for the last pull through. So this is then the center corner of the 3 stitches here on part 1. And there you go. Pull through. We're now going to come to this straight edge again here to eventually end up here where we started. Remember, that was the very first stitch, that's where we're going. In the unworked corner stitch here, I'm going to work 2 doubles in that stitch. 1 and 2 doubles in there. And now here along the straight edge, right up to the stitch where we started, work 37 double crochets evenly distributed. I'm sure you can do this without me because you've done many of these. So 37 doubles here along the edge, and then I'll see you back here to just close with a slip stitch. So you've done 2 here on the first stitch, and now 37. Worked 37 doubles. At the point where we started, you see here's the marked stitch. Then close with a slip stitch on the first double, and that's the stitch before the marked stitch. Just close on there with a slip stitch. And now we're ready for the last round row of this part. For the chain loop row, the next stitch is the marked stitch. I'm just going to move with a slip stitch to the next stitch. I'm just going to remove the stitch mark so I can get into it more easily. So into that marked stitch there. We're now going to make chain loops. Here in the marked stitch, so where you're currently in, work a double crochet, double, chain 3, and a double in the same stitch. There you go. So that's your first loop. Now we're going to work a lot of these. Chain 3, 1, 2, 3, skipping 2 stitches, so 1, 2 skip, work a double in the next. And this you're going to repeat 1, 2, 3 chain, skip 1, 2 stitches and work a double. And this you're going to repeat until you're at the equivalent corner where we're just at on the other side. So I'll just zoom out in a moment to show you. But for now, do a chain 3, 1, 2, 3, skip 2 stitches and work a double, and continue this to the other side. So this is this few stitches we just made. So you're going to continue this chain 3, skip 2 stitches and a double all the way to the point there, then come all the way down and do this again all the way up. So all the way up here and all the way down and all the way up again and all the way down until you're at this marker here, there, that point. So repeat all of this until you're at that point, and then I'll see you back. And if all went well, that should work out exactly, but I'll see you back roughly here. So continue along all these ups and downs, and then I'll see you back. I'm almost to the other side. I've made an awful lot of these loops. I've gone up and down the hills 3 times, and I'm almost here to this corner marker. Remember here we made 3 double crochets in one, so I'm almost to that point there. I'm going to do a chain 3, 1, 2, 3, and then in that last marked stitch falls a double crochet, and then chain 3, 1, 2, 3, and in the same stitch a double crochet again. And then this mirrors the stitch on the other side. There we go. So now you should have 18 loops on this edge, and you'll have 34 on the others. You're at the end of part 2. You can cut your yarn and fasten off. If you have any final yarn tails here or there, just work those yarn tails away. And then that brings us at the end of part 2. So you now have a very large panel that I can't get in front of the camera, but you've got 3 of these sections, so a clear edge on either side, and then this is the middle, and this on the other side too. So this is what you have right now. Next time in part 3 we'll start work on a new panel.